Hello and welcome to Channel 2S everyone. I'm your host Second Soundwave, and today we're doing another Gunpla building stream. Welcome to the stream, Dipper. Welcome, Matt. Gonna give this a few more minutes before we begin to make sure everyone can join in the stream okay. Making sure my avatar is working. I still don't have like a room background set up for my starting screen here. At some point I'm gonna whip something up that's a little bit more, you know, not just a random image that I pulled off of Google. So, high-res God Gundam. This is a kit that is kind of a mix of a kit and a figure. The high-res line, they have a figure inside to form the inner frame, and then the outer armor is buildable like a model kit. And Domon being a gay icon does not surprise me. I mean, have you seen that man's ass? Like, obviously he is. So, yeah, I had not heard that before, but it does not surprise me in the least. Oh, so he has a giant rainbow on the back of his Gundam. And I didn't plan this, by the way. It just kind of worked out like that. That this is the kit that I'm building right before June. All right, how many people we got? We have 3 people here right now. I'm gonna hang out in here a little bit and then get everything set up and we can begin the build. Why is he still massive and in the middle of the screen? That is not where I wanted to put him. Hang on, let me just adjust my position a little bit here. Nope, there we go. There, shrink him back down. Put him right about here. Let's do a little bigger. Over in here. I mean, the best thing about the feet on this kit, Dipper, is that they aren't nearly as terrible as the feet on the high-res Astray. I really, really don't like the feet on that model. In fact, they're one of my least favorite things about the model. So, I kind of want to go over the box of this kit first, just because I haven't really built any high-res kits on stream, and the box for these is really different from normal Gunpla packaging. So, I know this isn't really like an unboxing stream, but I'm going to go over it real quick, just because I think it's always fun to take a look at these since you don't see them pop up very much. So, let me see if I can adjust this so that you can actually see the bottom of the box. Here you go. I'll just do it like this. So this was a 2019 model. I bought this right back when it came out, as soon as it was available in the States, and it has been sitting in my backlog ever since, so I'm glad to finally be getting to this. The high-resolution model line has a very premium look to it, as it should, since they are quite a bit more expensive than a standard 1/100 scale kit. And the box has that really nice glossy image on the front of Domon rushing in with his burning finger. The sides don't really show anything special, just more of the art on the front. And then you go around to the back and you have quite a lot to look at here. So right up here at the top, you can see the inner frame. This is the portion of the model that comes as a pre-assembled figure, and then you build the rest of the kit around it. So it's an interesting combination of a metal build and a master grade, basically. And there are going to be quite a few little opening gimmicks, like we got the thing in the chest. We got some pop-up sections on the shoulders, and with it being a God Gundam, we've got a lot of articulation. Now I gotta say, looking at the feet of this model here, I'm really impressed with the detail and color separation we have going on here. We've got like what, 1, 2, 3, 4 different colors here, basically just right here on the bottom of the feet. Like that's pretty impressive. No, Cat, I've not seen any more Wood for Mercury. I'm probably going to get around to it later tonight. And of course we have the giant glittery rainbow piece for the back for his final attack. They actually did a much better job of this, I think, with the real grade. Instead of it being one single piece, they sort of separated it off into different layers, and I think it looks a lot more dynamic. But at the time this came out, that was pretty much the best you could get in regards to that effect part. And to this day, this is still the best God Gundam you can get at the 1/100 scale. Now, I would say if you want the best God Gundam overall, you're probably better off with the real grade, because while I wouldn't certainly say this kit is worse than the real grade, it is also about $100 more expensive, and you're not getting a whole lot extra for that. So if you're somebody who just wants a God Gundam, you're definitely going to want to go with the real grade. But if you want a really, really nice 1/100 God Gundam, I think this is going to be a great way to go. Of course, the best way to find out is to actually build a kit for ourselves. So let's crack this open and see what's in this box. No, Dipper, I strongly dislike that they gave you stray toes. It's the worst part of the design by far. Come on, wiggle you out of there. There we go. Is there a... I thought there was like a separate box for the inner frame. Oh, I see it. It's the blue one there. Okay. So a lot of the runners for this kit are probably going to be bagged separately because everything in here has some sort of finish on it. There's either a gloss finish to the plastic itself or the pieces are actually painted. On this particular runner, it's just a shiny gloss plastic. We got some decals though, and some very nice looking blades. Look at those saber blades. Very cool. More glossy white here. This is a very glossy white, very reflective, very shiny. Similar sort of deal with the yellow sections. I was expecting some of the parts in this kit to have a bit of a metallic paint job for them, but it seems like they're going more of a gloss route. And I'm starting to see now why the feet look the way they did, because we've actually got a little bit of grip tape in here that has some texturing on it. And if we come back to the picture on the box, yes, it looks like those little black sections on the feet are actually little rubber stickers that help the kit stand up better. So that'll be really interesting to see. No, Dubious, this kind of is the closest thing we have right now to a Master Grade God 2.0. It's worth noting, though, that this does not preclude the possibility of a Master Grade God 2.0 because we also got a high-res model of the Wing Zero that seemed to be sort of our 2.0 stand-in for the Wing Zero, and then not long after we got an actual proper 2.0 for the Master Grade. So I would definitely say that this kit does not preclude us from being able to get a Master Grade of it. However, if you don't feel like waiting for the Master Grade, this is a excellent, excellent alternative. Yeah, I'm not seeing as much coating and pre-painted sections on these parts as I was expecting. It seems like it's just a very standard gloss coat on everything. I'm honestly not even sure if no, I think it is a coating. It looks like it's painted on. But there is a gloss coating here, but there's no like shiny or metallic parts or anything. It's just gloss. There's a little three-dimensional sticker for the logo in the middle of his chest. And then we have the giant rainbow effect for the back. It's just a thick piece of acrylic, kind of like the shield effect for Gao Gaigar. Then we got a little manual here, but more importantly, we got the actual inner frame itself. So we're going to take a look at that in just a second. I know G Gundam isn't the most popular series in Japan, but God Gundam could justify 2.0. Oh yeah, I think the God Gundam itself specifically is fairly popular. So this isn't really in a full box. It's kind of in like a half box where you got like this cardboard sleeve. And you slide that off. And there it is. There is basically half the figure. I didn't actually realize there was this much of the figure already pre-assembled as the inner frame. I thought it was literally just going to be the frame. However, you can see some white and red armor pieces here as well. In addition to the orange pieces for the hands as well. And I believe, if memory serves correctly, this portion of the kit, this pre-built part on the inner frame, this is actually made in China instead of Japan. So usually Bandai's model kits are made at their factories in Japan. However, when it comes to pre-assembled figures like this frame, they actually make them in China. And I think somewhere on the packaging here, yes, right here you can see it actually says on the specific packaging for this section of the model that this portion of the kit is made in China. And most of that just comes down to the fact that the assembly and painting process for something like an action figure is a more expensive and labor-intensive task than they can really do at the Plummo factories in Japan, so they outsource it to a Chinese factory. In fact, that's also a large part of the cost of an action figure, like an SH Figuarts type thing. And that's why whenever you have a figure line like Robot Spirits and a seemingly comparable model kit line like High Grades, it always seems like the figures are really, really expensive compared to the models. It's because with the model kits, Bandai is offloading a huge part of the manufacturing cost to the end user, while with the figures, they have to do all of that themselves, and they end up being, you know, $60 instead of $20. It's also why we can't get a halfway decent figure line in the $20 price range, because you really can't. Like, you cannot compete with model kits at their own price range. Now, the first thing I'm noticing with this is I am very surprised by how light this is. Like, this weighs practically nothing at all. And that surprises me because I thought this was going to have die-cast metal in it. I was expecting to see a lot of metal parts around the joints on this model. However, I'm hardly seeing anything here at all. The only pieces that I think are metal on this are maybe these pieces on the bottom of the frame here, and even then, I think these are painted plastic. Yeah, there's more metallic plastic up here. So these HRM are like early real grades with a pre-built inner frame. You could see them that way. They're more like a metal build with the kit part, with the figure partially disassembled. I am seeing quite a lot of articulation here in the feet. We've got some ankle side to side movement and forward to back, and then we have some forward to back on the toes. And I suppose there isn't. Is there a toe? Wait, is that? Oh. That's not articulation, that's just a manufacturing defect. So one of his feet is a little warped. And that's the problem with like a pre-built figure like this, is sometimes there's just QC fuck-ups right from the factory. So his foot just doesn't sit straight. So I'm gonna have to see if I can bend that back into position very carefully. You know what would have... There we go. Okay, I think it's fixed now, but you know what would have fixed that issue? Making the feet out of die-cast metal, which apparently they chose not to do. And I have to say, I'm very surprised by that, because I have not built a high-res model before, but I thought the frames on these things had a decent amount of die-cast metal in them. Or at the very least the Barbatos did, because I definitely remember there being a lot of parts on the Barbatos when I saw it that looked like they were metal, so I'm not really sure what's up with this. Action figure piracy means less to them than model mold piracy. I definitely don't think that's the case. I think they're concerned about both. It's just that they don't really have a choice when it comes to action figures, because if these were being made, if these type of figures were being made on Japanese labor costs, it would be a lot more expensive than $140. Figures made in Vietnam for cost reasons are still expensive. No, I don't think this is made in Vietnam. It's made in China. Definitely says China specifically. If it was Vietnam or Singapore or some other country, they would have specified it. But yeah, I'm still kind of getting the feel for this frame. Just kind of seeing where all the joints are. We got some articulation here for the shoulder. This part has some movement to it. I'm assuming this is like a real grade frame where you kind of have to break it in a bit, but I'm also thinking that's maybe not the case, because the joints on this don't feel nearly as tight as they do on a real grade. Like, yes, I'm kind of cracking everything into position, but it certainly doesn't feel like I need to before building it. So I think this guy's mostly going to be okay if I miss a joint or two. Let me just loosen those up. Oh, that's a weird hip design. So they did like this really bizarre compromise between normal hips and swing forward hips. So the hip joint directly attaches to the body from the front. So if you bring the leg forward, you have to swing it down. The actual joint itself is off center. And that's not like me moving some armature or something. Like, that is the joint. That is where it connects to the body. It just has this really weird off center connection. Huh. And then for some reason he has a mid-thigh bend for thigh breaking action. I don't know why they would do that. Oh, hey, Type Sub, welcome to the stream. Unless Gundam gets back to beyond peak popularity of Seed and SD, the West might be interested. I mean, they already are. Witch from Mercury has already met and exceeded the popularity of Seed, so if there's any time for it to reach peak popularity, now is that time. Oh, you mean the Tamashii Nations figures? I see, Dipper, I got you. They stopped using metal for the god and the big arms. Oh, okay, that's disappointing. Yeah, I wish this had some die-cast metal in it. It would make it feel a lot higher quality than it does. Because as it stands, like, this feels okay, right? It's fine. But because it's just a plastic frame that has barely any pre-painted parts on it, I feel like there's no point in this part of the figure being pre-assembled. Like, if you're going to pre-assemble a part of the model, I'm okay with that. I'm not some model kit purist who has a meltdown every time they see an action figure, but can you at least make the part that you build in the factory something that I wouldn't necessarily be able to do myself? Build it maybe with materials or elements to it that would be really annoying or time consuming, like maybe wire it up with some LEDs or use metal parts or have a whole bunch of pre-painted shiny parts on it. Just something so it doesn't feel like I'm just buying a half-built model kit. Because even looking at this and the way the parts are molded, this looks like a model kit. Like, I feel like I could just pry this apart in individual pieces right now, and I'm definitely not impressed with that. I thought this was going to feel a lot more contained and a lot more like high quality with like metal bits and stuff. Diecast can be used badly, Matt, but I feel like Bandai's gotten a pretty good grasp on it recently. They certainly didn't seem to have any issues with it in the previous high-res models. Right now, they're treating the West better because of the yen conversion rate. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. Like, I feel like their prices in the USP Bandai shop definitely aren't treating the West better. The Re-100 Nightingale and DJ reprints are US only, which is the first. Interesting. I didn't know we were getting exclusive reprints of those. Anyways, he's got his flaming Spock hands. I'm going to just go ahead and pop those on his wrists, even though I should probably build the rest of the arms first. There was a surprise reprint of the EX model Gun Parry, not sure if it was US exclusive. Okay, cool. I'd be surprised if they did something like that just for the US, because the US isn't really known for their love of the Gun Parry. Oh, man. I was about to say you could store the finished model inside of here, but it's very specifically molded for the frame, so that wouldn't actually be possible. Okay, I'm going to move that over to there. And I'm going to get this guy out of the box so we can begin building the actual model. So there's this little manual. I'm sure this is something that I'll be able to build in a single stream. I don't think that'll be any issue at all. There's maybe one page per part of the body, so this should be going very fast. Wow, yeah, even in the manual they tell you to disassemble the inner frame. I gotta say, I'm not as impressed by this as I thought I was going to be. Like, I don't have a problem with the frame being pre-built. I was just hoping that it would be built to a better standard than I could build it, as in, you know, something extra about it that feels nice and high quality, so I don't feel like I'm just, you know, buying a model kit on eBay that someone else started building and then gave up on. The measuring stick for success would be they beat out Star Trek in terms of value and a third of Star Wars. Yeah, they've been doing really, really well lately. Hey, big boy, welcome to the stream. 3-time value than Star Trek, yeah. Although I feel like that kind of says more about Star Trek than it does about Gundam right now, unfortunately. Alright, so, I'm going to take a quick swig of water and we'll be back with the build. Okay, so we're going to take the rainbow ring and put that back there for now, because that's going to be going on at the very end. Then we're just going to take out some runners. Star Trek kind of seems like a legacy IP. Yeah, it's not in a great place right now. They did some projects in the last few years that a lot of people didn't really like, and that's a big issue for them because 99% of the Star Trek fandom is the fans that they already have. They're not really pulling in new people at a tremendously high rate. So by kind of pissing off some of their main audience, they definitely shot themselves in the foot a little bit with that. So I'm really, even if Wood from Mercury wasn't doing as incredibly well as it is right now, I would not be surprised that Gundam was beating them out. Star Wars and Star Trek lean more on legacy. Yeah, but I mean, Star Trek's definitely trying to make some new stuff work. Sure, like you could even consider stuff like Mandalorian to be legacy, where they are kind of basing it out of the original trilogy, but they definitely tried to make their own modern content. They sure tried. So here's the foot grips. It's actually a lot like what they give you with the Perfect Rate of Stray, where it has those little rubber grips on the feet, except these ones have a little honeycomb texture on them that actually kind of where is it? Kind of matches the background on the stream. I'm gonna also set those off to the side as well, because I'm not gonna need those until later. At least with Marvel and Star Wars, Matt, they have a always growing audience of new fans. Like the thing with Star Trek in particular is it's kind of like G.I. Joe or something, where it's really only like old people that grew up on it that are actually still into it. So they're not really able to pull in new people as well as something like Marvel or Star Wars can. And that's, I think, hurting them even more than those shows are hurting right now. Yeah, exactly. Star Wars is universally popular with everyone. Star Trek is a much harder sell. I remember there was the J.J. Abrams movies came out when I was a kid, and those were reasonably good at kind of revitalizing people's interest in Star Trek, but it didn't do a ton. Oh, wow. I didn't realize these are full-on katana blades. Hang on. I thought this was just going to be some curved sabers. Wow, okay. That is some sick-looking beam effects. Gonna set those right there. You don't feel like Star Trek, it's all talking and action. I mean, Star Trek, I think, is at its best an example of how to do talking well. But there's also a lot of Star Trek that is not at its best. Let me make sure this is in focus. There we go. There's A, there's C, there's D. There's that little gem. Expanse Season 7, 8, 9 when? I don't know, but I've heard Expanse was really good. I've also heard that the Orville's a better Star Trek than a lot of the Star Trek we're getting nowadays. Oh, the rubber pieces are TPE, okay. That's nice that they tell you what all the different materials are in the kit, so if you're painting it, you know what is and isn't gonna react badly with your paints. So they show you at the beginning here how to check the joint movement. How to check the full movement range. Alright, so right off the bat, we're actually starting with that little jewel sticker. Haven't seen much of the show, but I read all the books and all of them. I did not know Expanse was based off a book series. I really don't watch a lot of Western television anymore. I mean, really, I really don't watch a lot of television in general, but when I do want to watch something, 9 times out of 10 it's anime at this point. Star Wars can survive more from Legacy. It'll take a lot more than Disney to sink it. Yeah, I think... Uh-oh. That stuck to the... Hang on. Let me... Ah, crap. The little jewel for the chest got stuck to the inside of the bag somehow. Come on. Come on. God damn it. This is just going wonderfully. I am just a weeb. But at the same time, Japan makes the good shit, you know? Okay. I'm gonna see if I can drop this in place. And press it on. Okay, so hopefully all the adhesive didn't come off when I peeled that off the bag. So now that piece drops back over it. Now we just grab a little F7. I feel like I'm not really building a model kit so much as I am a lightly assembled action figure. And I'm not sure how that's going to end up affecting this kit in the long run, because an action figure, I feel, would be probably better built out of the factory, and a model kit, I feel like I could do a better job of building the frame than they did, so I kind of feel like I'm getting the worst of both worlds here. Where do you go? Oh, I see. The holes are all the way back there. With how tightly all this fits together, this actually would have been a piece that would have been nice if it was assembled at the factory. But nope, that's one that I gotta put on. So that's being followed up by a little collar piece. We're kind of living the anime era now. Yeah, we really are. Like, honestly, Japan makes good... Like, people like joke about, oh, you're such a weeb and stuff, but like, Japan makes good shit. Like, they just do. There's some amazing shows coming out of Japan. They've got a astronomically better comic industry than we do right now. It's like the rest of the world is gradually realizing that the weebs were right the whole time. Honestly, I wouldn't mind moving towards a future where more of our entertainment comes from Asian countries like Japan and Korea and India, and is less American-centric. A lot of the American shows and movies are made by the same kind of group of people with the same kind of ideas and the same... There's just a lot of kind of bit of a circular feeling to it where it's very, very stagnant. So I think it's exciting to see pieces of media that are made from other cultures. Like, if you haven't seen the movie RRR, it's like this really cool Indian movie. Absolutely insane. Very long movie as well. And I don't usually like long movies very much, but I gave it a shot, and man, that was a really, really entertaining movie. Thai hentai is... Wait, Thailand makes hentai? Like actual, like, animated hentai? Dude, give me some sauce. I'm actually... If you're not joking, I'm actually kind of curious now. And then we need B9 as well for the other part of the backpack. China quality frame. I mean, honestly, I've bought figures that are made in China that I feel like are a little better constructed than this, and I don't even think it's not even a construction issue. It's just the fact that as someone who collects American action figures, Japanese action figures, model kits that are basically action figures, there is a difference between how an action figure feels and how a model kit feels. And this feels like a model kit. This doesn't feel like they designed an action figure and then added some model kit parts on top of it, which is what I kind of always assumed high-res models were. This basically just feels like a model kit that's been half assembled for me. And I'm not really a fan of that, because what I was hoping with this kit was that they would be kind of combining the best aspects of both types of figure, where you have the really nice, polished, high quality inner frame, but then you get to do some of that customization and building to the outside. So I'm a little disappointed that that's not the route they went. However, another reason that I chose to build this kit right now is because there is actually a third-party company, MJH, which is basically Dragon Momoko with a fake mustache and glasses pretending to be a new company, that is working right now on a full model kit bootleg of this kit. So they basically made their own knockoff of it, and they turned it into a full model kit. So the entire frame and everything is going to be assembled by the end user. Now, it is a bootleg kit, so I'm assuming it's not going to have the nice shiny coating on it, but other than that, it's probably going to be pretty similar in style. Heard the Barbatos and Wing were kind of shit, though. I don't know. I haven't really looked a lot into this line because most of the other releases weren't really Gundams that I was interested in. But for the God Gundam in particular, this is a Gundam that I really wanted a 1/100 of, so this one definitely grabbed my interest a lot more than the others. Although I do kind of want to get Wing at some point, too. Oh, Cat's got the sauce. I guess DM it. I was going to say post or the Discord, but the Discord's safe for work, so I guess that wouldn't work. Just DM it to me or something. I'll check it out later. George Lacus. I don't even know if that's in relation to. That's just a good pun. Oh, I see now. I'm reading the post now. I know this. I know that's why I said George Lacus stuff, which includes the original trilogy, even though I'm not a fan of Star Wars. The only reason I Star Wars, my interest is the STO game and the ships. Honestly, I've never been a big Star Wars fan, right? But from the way that my friends who were Star Wars fans talked about the expanded universe with the novels and the comics, they made it sound so much cooler than everything I've seen from Disney so far. Like, man, there must have been like some really good stuff that they axed when they retconned all the legacy or legends or whatever they call it. If they're not trying to combine figure quality with model kit quality, I have to wonder what's the point of HRM? You know, that is a really good question, Bosch, because I'm honestly not seeing much of a point to this. The deeper I get into this kit, the more I feel like I'm just building a master grade that's $100 more because they half-assembled the kit for me. I'm really not seeing much of an advantage to this kit over a regular-ass master grade release. We're going to keep going forward, though. We're going to see how this goes. So, a couple more pieces here for the backpack. More of this gloss blue. The MJH God Gundam is over the top. No. There's two different Chinese God Gundams coming out now, right? The MJH one is just a straight bootleg of this. It looks exactly like this kit. But there's also another completely new Chinese company that hasn't made anything that they're... Assuming they're a new company and not just a rebranding of some existing company, which happens a lot in the China Plus scene, assuming they're actually a new company, this is their first kit, and that's the white and gold one that has the super over-designed China aesthetic. Those are two different God Gundam kits that we're getting soon. At some point, I want to expand the whole like Gunpla News brand to include some of this non-Gundam third-party stuff, because there's some really interesting kits coming out. I need some more reliable ways to find information about them, because most of the ones that I learn about, I kind of just come across incidentally from people, like, just word of mouth sharing them with me, and it's kind of hard to keep up with what's actually being made, since they're not made by one centralized company, so there's no real good source you can look at to find information about them. I would like to expand the channel more into that, though, because I used to not really care about the Chinese kits very much, because most of them were just very like direct bootlegs of Bandai kits, and usually pretty low quality ones too. I'm talking about like your TT Hongis or your Daban kits, where it's just hey, we made the Master Raid Buster Gundam, but we changed the name on the logo, like that kind of crap. But nowadays there's so many companies that are making legitimately interesting, unique models that I think it's a whole different landscape now, and a really, really interesting one. I think they've definitely changed for the better in that regard. It's starting to feel more now like the Transformers third-party scene, where we have all these like super creative other companies throwing their hat in the ring and making their own versions of things. Well, actually, I got good news for... Hang on, who said that? Oh, Euronymous. I got good news for you, man. This actually is undergated. Pretty much every single part on this kit so far has been undergated, so they are factoring in for the gloss coating. That's because it was. The EU was amazing. Yeah, I mean, I've never experienced any of the stories from it firsthand, but I've pretty much only heard good things about it. It sounds like a really exciting, well thought out universe. And given the quality of the writing we've seen on some of the Disney stuff, it's honestly amazing that they didn't just take the incredibly safe route of directly copying as much as they could from the expanded universe, because it would have taken them basically no effort whatsoever, and they would have had pretty much a guaranteed success. How's this supposed to go? feel like I'm being bested by the half-built action figure. Disney should have had a fucking plan for a $4 billion. Yeah, you think? Build the RGGM Sniper Verka, one of the model kits ever made. Is that really old one? I think I know what you're talking about. And I think that's a kit that I might have actually considered getting at some point. It's just one of those ones that's so obscure that I didn't even know where to find it. Disney was high on Marvel's success. They thought Star Wars would be a walk. Yeah, and now they have neither, so how's that going for them? I mean, they have them. They've just destroyed 95% of the value they had when they bought them, so, yeah, you know. You win some, you lose some. Right now, they seem to be kind of losing. What the... How is this supposed to go together? Am I missing something? This is... Maybe it's the gloss coating that's making this really tight, but these parts are not wanting to... These are not wanting to attach. Let me pry this back off. It's wonderful. I get why they don't undergate more, but it's nice to see. Yeah, it seems like, as a general rule, when it comes to newer kits, Bandai undergates pretty much anything that they plan on giving some sort of coating. If it's like a retroactive, like extra finish kit as some sort of like Gundam-based thing, they don't always do it. But if it's something like a Hyakushiki where they fully intend on it being coated, or a Unicorn Gundam kit where they might plan on making a coated version in the future like the Phoenix, they generally are pretty good about undergating nowadays. So these pieces are fully attached, they're all seated in correctly. These are clearly the pegs you're supposed to use, but because the coating is just glopped onto the pegs there, you can't actually... You gotta like really jam these pieces on, and I'm not sure I can get them on here without breaking something. Come on. Yeah. They're going on, but that is way more force than I would like to apply to a model kit. I mean, usually I don't recommend bootleg kits because of the lower quality control and plastic quality, but honestly, with my experience with this model so far, I don't think you're going to be losing much by building the MJH version. Between the twisted foot and the really, really tight connections here on the gloss parts, I'm thinking you're really not going to be losing much by going with the alternative. There we go. Yeah, that is way tighter than those should be. George Lucas gave them a plan, they lied through their teeth telling they'd follow it, and then tossed it in the trash on the way out the door. Yeah, of course, because they thought they could do better. They probably had to pay the writers and... Oh, yeah, I think I remember hearing about that. I think that was the prevailing theory as far as why they canned the legacy stuff, was because they wouldn't want to have to pay people for the work they did on the billion-dollar franchise. They'd have to... Mouse had to respect them, which would have led to... Yeah, exactly. Huh. Okay, these aren't metal, but there is some nice metallic painting on the bottom of his feet. Let me get some good feet pics for you guys. There we go. There we go. Yeah, exactly. It's the worst noise to hear when you're building. It's just like, ugh. And it's compounded by the coating, because the coating gives it that really like sharp scrapey noise. They really should have adapted the sequel material we already had. Pretty weird, but super solid. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like, from what I've heard about it, it seemed perfectly fine. For modern companies, their product isn't what consumers buy, it's their shares, garbage, yeah. At least with Bandai, Gundam's safe and grow a lot more. It seems that way for now, yeah. Who knows? Who knows what the future may hold, though. Bandai, Gundam is definitely growing a lot, and I could see Bandai maybe making some really dumb decisions in the future. I think the best thing that Gundam does, though, and what I think has really saved its ass a lot of times by this point, is the fact that whenever they try to make something like that's like a fresh new kind of take on the franchise, they're always smart enough to set it in its own universe so they don't retroactively screw up what they've already made. Like, no matter how bad Gundam Seed gets, no matter how bad Gundam 00 might get, no matter how bad Gundam Age might get, they're never going to screw up Char and Amuro, because those new shows are always going to be separate from the original Universal Century. And I think that's really one of the strengths of Gundam that's allowed it to live on for as long as it has. They basically create a system where it's impossible for them to fuck up their legacy characters. Let me stand you up there. We're already on page 2 after putting 5 pieces together. This is what I meant when I said this is going to be a one-stream build. World's fastest 1/100. Gundam already has a sequel trilogy with Unicorn narrative. Yeah, they kind of do, but... And as... I'm not a huge fan of either of those. I don't think they were particularly good stories, but they were at least reasonably respectable to what came before them, which I think that's a very low bar that you shouldn't have to praise someone for crossing, but you know, depending on the times, you gotta lower your standards sometimes. Moon Gundam will stay in manga hell forever. I mean, honestly, as long as the mangas get accurately translated and translated with regularity, I really don't mind. Like, I love reading manga, so if something like Moon Gundam stays in manga forever, I'm kind of okay with that, so long as the translation stays up to date. Yeah, I did not like narrative very much at all. I think even one of the things that helped Unicorn is that while I wasn't entirely in love with the story, at least it was a beautiful visual spectacle, and like the animation was gorgeous, and we had all these like very superficial fan servicey Easter egg stuff, like a bunch of random Xeon suits being thrown in everywhere and all that. But narrative, and like some scenes looked okay, but I felt like the overall quality of animation in narrative was just really bad compared to Unicorn. To the point where some of the returning characters from Unicorn I just straight up didn't even recognize because they were rendered so differently than how they were before. Manga can't really mess up canon, you can just headcanon in and out any manga you want. I guess you could, but I do still prefer there to be some sort of decent continuity when it comes to the manga. Narrative wasn't with the Neo Xeon 2, there was only one Alpha Zero. They'll never screw up Amuro and Char. They'll probably never temper with them as long as the Japanese are still obsessed with Gundam, which will be a long time. Yeah, I feel like they're in a pretty safe position. Unicorn MS fan services peak. Oh yeah, there was a lot of it. And I'm not really a fan of like really shallow fan service in shows, and I think it can sometimes be used to hide like low quality writing. Like, hey look, we threw a bunch of cool things in you recognize. Please don't notice that our story is shit. But I feel like Unicorn, like, maybe this is just me being a biased fanboy, but I feel like it just barely gets a pass in that regard. But normally that's something that I do not stand for. Juagyu supremacy. Yeah, Juagyu was pretty cool. Light novel of narrative is so much better. The adaptation we got is totally different from the novel. Yes, I've heard about that. Apparently Phoenix Hunting was a very different story from narrative. I started reading the original Unicorn novels at some point. I didn't get very far into them, but they were very interesting with how much more detail they went into than the actual Unicorn OVA. I felt like I was getting a much more comprehensive version of the story, because some parts of Unicorn, I feel like they kind of rushed through them a bit and didn't quite explain some things well enough. So I really appreciated the more drawn out and detailed writing of the books. However, it might have been a little bit too drawn out and detailed because I definitely did not come nearly close to finishing them. Maybe I will go at some point and read the one that narrative was based off of, though, just to see how that in particular was different. Because from what I've heard of various plot synopses, it did seem like it was quite a different story. Unicorn felt like jingling keys to keep Gundam fans distracted from the main plot, but I have to admit there were some beautiful keys to jingle. Yeah, exactly. Like, the fan service was definitely there to distract you from the main story, but it was at least doing a good job of it. It's clearly just an excuse to move them around, and if it was less the center of the plot, the reveal would be less disappointing. Oh, the Laplace box chase. Yeah, that was not great. Unicorn as a whole, I feel is I don't know how to feel about it because I think it's got phenomenal presentation in some ways, and then in other ways it's just kind of a mess. It's a weird one in that regard. But it's the kind of thing where even though I would say objectively it's not very good, if you tell me, hey, sit down, we're gonna watch Unicorn again, I'm gonna do it. Like it's a fun watch. Even if it's not the greatest, it's very, very watchable. There's a lot more Gundam series that I would rather not rewatch than Gundam Unicorn. Where does this go? Oh, I see. It goes down here. I like the idea of narrative with the Miracle Children and the Phoenix Hunt, but Zoltan is just crazily bland. Yeah, I really didn't like I just didn't like them trying to awkwardly shoehorn the Sinanju Stein into the present day part of the Universal Century, because it felt really weird and kind of contrived that they're like, oh yeah, there's a second Sinanju Stein unit that's here for the sole purpose of us being able to promote it in a modern day story, instead of just, you know, making a story that takes place when the Sinanju Stein actually existed. Started reading through one of the Gundam novels and thought, why is this so interesting and why I've never read it before? Turns out I was just reading Shinkai 5 centimeters per second. Animation and music were drop dead gorgeous. Oh, absolutely. The presentation audio visually with Unicorn is phenomenal. Like, holy crap. That soundtrack I probably listen to more than any. In fact, not even just me listening to it. I would say the Unicorn soundtrack is pretty much the Gundam soundtrack at this point. Like, if I had to choose one soundtrack to represent Gundam as a larger franchise in, I don't know, in some sort of like crossover game or something, it would probably be Unicorn music. It's just so good. It's a major UC story, so it kind of captures the overall feel of Gundam. It's just good frickin', like, man, Gundam gets some good people to do the composition for their music, whether it's Sawano, whether it's whoever did the IBO and Build Fighter soundtracks. Honestly, even like I've been listening to the Divers soundtrack recently, and yeah, the show sucked, but man, there's some good songs on the soundtrack, like legitimately good pieces. And then of course you have Witch from Mercury with its freaking incredible soundtrack. I mean, at this point I'm just trying to remember Gundam series that don't have great soundtracks. I mean, I guess the OVA soundtracks are kind of forgettable. I don't really remember any like non-opening pieces from like War in the Pocket or 8th MS Team or anything like that. But for the most part, I would say from like Seed onwards, we've had really consistently good soundtracks. Do you love my Sinanju Stein NT? It's all right, but it feels like it's just a regular Sinanju Stein with some sleeves tacked onto it, and that makes it feel kind of meh. I like the clean look of the Sinanju Verka. It's also got a nice bright white instead of that weird kind of grayish off-white they use for the narrative one. Oh yeah, Wing and Endless Waltz had really good music too. Popularity of Unicorn itself, I feel Outspoken is too overcomplicated of a suit. It's definitely very complicated, but I think it keeps enough of the classic Gundam look. As far as complication goes, I don't really mind it that much. And I think it's a good to have like a modern detailed Gundam to be representative of the franchise as a whole. I think the Unicorn's a good choice for that. I don't really have an issue with them using it as like the main mascot for Gundam. In fact, quite honestly, I'd rather they stick with the Unicorn as the mascot instead of using something from one of the newer AU series like the Barbatos or the Ariel. They didn't even need the magic at the end of the series. The colony was fucking empty. They still... Oh yeah, the end of... I feel like a lot of Gundam series have that point at the end where they have like a good thing going and they just do some unbelievably dumb shit at the end. You know, Double O did it, Unicorn did it, and it's always disappointing when it happens, because a lot of times the show's not that bad up to that point, and then they just do some dumb shit, man. Like, I don't know, maybe that's a Japanese thing. Maybe the Japanese think that space magic is just an integral part of sci-fi, and it's just a part of their traditional entertainment culture or something, but they sure do seem to do that a lot. I never built the original MG Stein. Oh, the original Stein is so cool. Like, it's basically the same kit from a mechanical standpoint, but the design looks so much cleaner. I don't like the Unicorn soundtrack. Feels more takes at place in Attack on Titan. Well, yeah, that's because they were both composed by the same guy. Too in love with 8th MS2 and Zeta's soundtracks. Zeta does have a good soundtrack. And honestly, I'm not even dissing 8th MS Team soundtrack. It's just that with 8th MS Team 0080 and 0083, I genuinely do not remember any of the music from the soundtracks. Like, I feel like with the shows that I mentioned, like Seed 00, Build Fighters, IBO, Witch from Mercury, there's music in the show that kind of sticks with you while you're watching it. And while there is probably some good OST in those other OVAs, I feel like they didn't really jump out at me while I was watching the shows. Unicorn represents everything that is Gundam, the Barbatos doesn't. Yeah, exactly. It's a good representative of the collective of Gundam. Gundam stories never explain new type powers properly. If you get into it, it's very intriguing. Yeah, it's weird. Colony represented as proof the paper existed. Nothing is more evidence than the founder's signatures and documents. 00's ending is a masterpiece. Well, I really like 00 as a whole. It's one of my favorite Gundam series that I have kind of a frustrating, almost love-hate relationship with, because I think it was a really cool show, but as soon as the 00 Risers started teleporting around, they pretty much completely lost me. No, I thought the villains in 00 were pretty good. You had Graham, you had Ali. I thought it was really... I definitely didn't have an issue with the characters of Gundam 00. It was more so with the really dumb story stuff they added near the end. What do you think? Most manga Japan has super shitty ending even though they're cream of the crop? I don't know. I mean, I do at least give them credit for actually trying to end their stories. One of the things that... There's nothing that frustrates me more than those American TV shows that just go on forever. And they go on for they have maybe 4 seasons of story, but they just drag it out for 15 seasons, and it just gets to the point. They basically run the show until it stops being good, and then they give it a really crap ending, and they just dust off their hands yeah, all right, my work here's done, made a good thing, awesome. No, you didn't. You know, I'm really frustrated by that type of writing, which is why I don't really watch a lot of American shows, but generally anime is kind of better about that, but there are some times where they drop the ball with their endings. But again, I give them credit for at least trying to make an ending. 0083 of the Top Gun-ish music. Yeah, I'll have to listen to that again. It's been a while since I've heard the soundtrack. No, I wouldn't say that, Dipper. I think Japanese shows definitely have had some good endings sometimes. It's just some of them not so much. And yeah, 0083 did fuck the ending a bit. Gripes about Unicorn, but deserves to be a headline Gundam. Yeah, exactly. Not a fan of Trans Am. Oh no, Trans Am in general is totally fine, Riku. I think that's cool. But the Trans Am Riser dematerializing itself and teleporting to another location is beyond what I'm willing to accept in a Gundam series. That is a type of technology that I don't want to see get such a massive ass pull in Gundam. I think the fact that it just happens out of nowhere in the middle of a fight was really dumb as well. It's probably one of my least favorite moments in Gundam is when the 00 Riser just starts teleporting around. A's both got 0083 and A's got ruined by the romance plot. Honestly, as much as I love the suits, the story drives me mad. I didn't really mind I did not mind the romance plot that much in 8th MS Team. I think from a story standpoint, 8th MS Team is perfectly fine. Trans Am like Gundam Super Saiyan without being cool. I mean, the base Trans Am is fine. It's okay, it makes the suit higher performance. It can move faster. It's kind of like they're overclocking it a bit, right? They're making it run faster. It can only do it for a short period of time, and then it depletes its energy sources. It's very fantastical, but it feels like it can fit within the world of a real robot series. And then the Trans Am Riser teleportation is just some overpowered shonen anime BS. Getting into YouTube somewhat thanks to a video posted a few years ago, starting to make comment about Gaia Gear. Oh, cool. I remember back when I made that Gaia Gear video, it was one of maybe 2 videos on the entire site about it. I just read the Rebellion manga. It's a retelling that fixes a lot of the stupid parts of the original. I actually have the whole thing downloaded because I think they finished the translation. I just haven't gotten around to reading it yet. New Gundam would make more sense as a mascot. I think the reason they go with Unicorn is New is just such an old design. Like, it's cool, but it's very 80s, and I think the Unicorn has more of that modern aesthetic to it. Rebellion still has some problems. A character assassinated the Igloo. I didn't know there were Igloo characters in Rebellion. That's interesting. Rebellion replaced the GPO-3 Dendrobium, which I'm not convinced it would have fought with Neural Zeal. Replaced the Dendrobium? Replaced it with what? Like, I knew that I knew I heard something about them adding in like the GP00, but I didn't know they replaced the Dendrobium. Like, what would you even replace it with? It's kind of an important part of the whole thing. Where's those little latch cover? Are they white? Are they yellow? They are white. Okay. Char's counterattack was what? No, it wasn't. No, Riku, Char's counterattack was 89. Big boy, the kit's been weird and kind of underwhelming so far. I was hoping that the pre-built figure section in the middle was going to be of a higher quality, and not just feel like something I could have built myself, and that's definitely not the case. The build here has been very minimal, and also some parts have had a lot of trouble going together because the gloss coating made the pegs too thick, so you have to really, really squeeze them in to get them to actually go on properly. So I'd say it's a bit more of a mixed build than I was hoping. I was thinking this kit was going to be a very safe bet for something I could build and be like, yeah, this is a good kit, but I feel like I'm going to have a much more mixed review of this kit by the time it's done. Char's counterattack is 93, but New Gundam is heavy. What? No, it isn't. Char's counterattack is not from 93. Like, I don't know where you're getting that number from. Maybe that's when it aired in the US or something, but Char's counterattack is from 88 or 89. No, it's 88 because War in the Pocket was 89. 87, 88. Yeah, it's 88. I was like, wait a minute, is this some Mandela thing? Have I just dropped into a parallel universe where everyone is absolutely positive that Char's counterattack came out in 1993? Because that would have been after Victory. Or no, that would have been during Victory. That would have been after F91. Yeah, it took place in 008093 Riku. That wasn't when the actual thing came out. Although there is oftentimes a lot of parity between in-universe 00 dates and the out-of-universe like actual release date, like with 1979 and 0079, for example. Probably some model number RX93. That's probably why they gave it the model number RX93, because it's in UC 0093. Riku psyops me into thinking it was 93. I mean, I guess if you're not as familiar with the Gundam timeline as I am, it's something you could kind of assume was true just because it sounds reasonably correct. But no, the 93 would have been way too late for that. There are a lot of by the time we were getting into the 90s, we were completely past the main Universal Century stuff, and we were into the late UC and alternate universe shows. I don't know what parts I'm looking for, but they're not on that runner. F2s. Okay, so they're on the yellow runner. It's got little yellow Vulcans. Char's counterattack was 88, 93 is the number of the New Gundam, yeah. Fighting model numbers of the year, potentially fiscal year they were made, so New was made in 0093. Okay, yeah, that checks out. There's 3 of these. It's the 3 cluster. Yeah. Yeah, it's this one. Gotta make sure I don't cut the tab off of that. Gaia Gear's awesome. It works as a fantastic sequel to Hathaway's Flash. I have not... Is it available in English? I think it is. I think Xeonix scanlated it. Because I remember at least hearing something about that. And with how long it's been around, I would be surprised if someone hadn't translated it by now. I've never really been able to get into like the Gundam like novels though, like the actually written stuff. Like I think I might have I already told you guys I started reading Unicorn. I can't remember if I started reading Twilight Axis or not, but I think I might have read a little bit of it, but I couldn't really get into it. It certainly seemed a lot better than the OVA, but that's a very low bar to cross. But yeah, I don't usually find myself reading the novels that much. Where do these go? Okay, so they just dip down into here. Come on. Victory, G, Wing, and X all aired consecutively. Yes, they did, and that was a massive mistake. That's why they always spread out their alternate universe shows so much now, and that's also why X got canceled prematurely, because by the time that came out, people were burned out on Gundam, and no one was really buying the X kits. First animation appearance of Wing Gundam was a cameo in G Gundam. Yes, it also had a cameo by the Crossbone in that big scene at the end with everyone on the rockets. These, man, the fitment on some of these parts is just super weird. I've never had this is an official Bandai kit, and I've never had an official Bandai kit go together this wonkily. Like, it's not like everything is bad. It's just there's like random pieces on this kit that don't like to go together properly. It really does. It almost does kind of feel like I'm building a bootleg, but I'm sure this is the official figure. The consecutive airings led to fatigue. Yeah, exactly. It's a translated version of Gaia Gear Online as well as the audio drama. The audio drama is amazing. I think I saw that on YouTube. I'll have to check that out. That sounds interesting. Pics of all the G Gundam cameos. Yeah, I think I saw that. At some point. X got screwed by the burnout. Yeah, they really did. Wait a minute. I think the metallic gunmetal parts on the feet might be actual metal, because they feel slightly colder than the rest of the foot. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Just enough that I think I really feel like these are actually metal. So maybe the only metal parts in this kit are the bottoms of the feet. And possibly these sections in the back of the leg. Still though, I feel like that's a lot less die-cast than it could have had. Would have liked to have maybe seen some of the knees, maybe the thighs, just to give it some heft, you know? Because this just feels like a model kit. Like, this feels like any other Master Grade model. There's nothing that, like, feels premium about this kit so far. Hey, big boy, I'm feeling the feet for educational purposes, okay? That's all there is to it. I don't have any other ulterior motives for fondling his feet like that, okay? I'm just doing it platonically as a friend. Scrape them with a knife and see what happens. I don't want to damage the finish, though. Maybe if there's a... Let me see how the armor goes around the feet, because if there's an area of that part that isn't outwardly visible, I'm going to see if I can... could scrape off a bit of the finish and see what the material underneath is. So for the feet... Where do they put the foot armor on? It's back here. So this... the sides of the feet are still exposed. I can't shave it off there. I'll do it on the inside. I'm going to shave a little bit off the inside because I am genuinely curious to see what the material is. Okay, so we were on this page. So... Okay, let's take a look. Die-cast is usually magnetic? It can be. Let me give that a shot first, actually, before I try to scrape anything off. I'll go grab some neodymium magnets. I think I have some. I should have a couple around here. Wait. Where did they go? Where'd my magnets go? That's weird. I thought I had a little... I thought I had a little cluster of neodymium magnets by my bedside table, but I don't see them anymore, so I guess we are going to have to go the scraping route. That's weird. I'll just find those later. Oh, look at that. It's shiny. That is... Can you even see it? Well, I scraped a little bit off there, and when it catches the light, you can just barely see it. But this is 100% metal. That little piece there. So the bottoms of the feet are, in fact, metal. So there you go. There is the tiniest possible amount of metal in this kit. Really feeling it's worth the $140 there. Oh, and there's another piece that goes under those. What is that, E11? Yeah, E11, okay. Diecast isn't... I don't know if diecast is magnetic or not, and I guess we're never going to find out because I apparently don't have the magnets anymore that I thought I used to have. Here we go, 11. Have I built the HGC Yakidoga? No, I haven't. I kind of want to build the Quest version at some point, but it's not a kit I'm in any rush to get to. I do like the Charge Counterattack high grades, though. They're really cool kits. And it's so awesome that we got the whole run of them pretty much all in one go, because it means we have basically the whole cast of the movie with relatively consistent models. Because one of the things that's kind of annoying with high grades especially is it sometimes takes them a really, really long time to get to all the mobile suits from a show. So you end up with something like Zeta Gundam, where some of the kits, like the Kaplant and the Ashimar and the Methis, are super, super ancient, but then others, like the Boundok and the Bjarland, are these really, really modern kits. And whenever you try to put them all together, you have this weird clashing of both quality and aesthetics between them. Well, with the Char's Counterattack kits, they made them all over a 1 or 2 year period, so they're basically all the same. So I think that was really cool, and I wish they do that more often, especially with those smaller OVAs and movies where they can just kind of get through all the mechs in one go. That is where you would want metal. Yeah, that is probably the best place to put it. I still would have liked to have seen it in more places, like some little metal pistons and bits and pieces around the body, just to give it a bit more of that premium feel. I really was hoping this would be more akin to a metal build, and it's definitely seeming more like a lightly pre-built master grade. There was a limited metal in frame RX-78 that had... Oh yeah, that had way more metal than this, because that was entirely metal. Is there a left and a right to these? No, they are symmetrical. Okay. Wait, so do these? Oh, I see. They just barely pop up. So the Vulcan covers don't come up as much as I thought they would. It's just a little peak. I really like the coverable shoulder Vulcans that, or not shoulder Vulcans, but like the upper chest kind of collarbone area Vulcans that the Wing Zero and the God Gundam have. It's a cool little feature. Makes them feel a little bit more substantial than the head Vulcans. So the way these work is that when they're closed, you just see the single Vulcan barrel, and then when you pop them up, now you get the full trio, although they don't quite come as far out of the way as I would like. I believe on the real grade they're on like this kind of double hinge mechanism, so you can get them really far out of the way, but right here they kind of move as little as they possibly can. Also, this piece really likes to flop about. For no real reason, too. Like, all it has to do is be just loose enough that you can pull this piece up underneath it. So they kind of made it a lot looser than it really needed to be. That's a little annoying. All right, that's literally the entire torso done. It was like 6 pieces. They did need to go that hard. Quest Prize Yakidoga is one of the best UC designs. It is definitely up there. I'm not as big a fan of the Yakidogas as I am of the Gyrodogas, though. Char's Counterattack is the smallest lineup possibly ever. Yeah. Does it? Well, I mean, I feel like 8th MS team's got a slightly smaller lineup. It's just the Ground Gundam, a couple GM variants, and then a couple Goof variants. I don't have any metal builds, big boy. I want to pick up the gold frame at some point. Not only because we don't have a master grade for it, but just because it's such a beautiful looking figure that I want to have one at some point to put next to my master grade Estrays. Die on the 0080 kill, but Char's counterattack is tied to 0083 per second in regards to mobile suit design. Yeah, I mean, the Gyaradoga is pretty much my favorite grunt suit ever. Like, I don't think anything else can really even compete with it. At least in the Universal Century. And before you guys say stuff like Domal, I don't consider those to be grunt suits. Like, yes, there's some specialist suits like the Ifrit, the Camphor, the Domal that I love. But in terms of, like, mass production grunts, I don't think you can beat the Gyaradoga. Is the orange flap on top of the cockpit area going to stay that floppy? Well, yes, it will, because the entire torso is complete. So, this is the completed torso. This is just how it's going to be. So, yeah, that's a little annoying. Mate, have you looked at Hathaway's Flash? It's not even a lineup. Oh, yeah, Hathaway's Flash does have a whole 3 mobile suits in it. That is true. Ever really understood the idea of high-res models? I'd get them because of novelty. Honestly, dude, so far, it's not even worth the novelty. I had the impression with these kits that, yes, that you weren't literally just building a kit that was half built for you, because a lot of people in the Gundam community look at like figures like metal builds or robot spirits and like, oh, it's a pre-built model. No, they're not pre-built models. They're action figures. Action figures have a feel and a quality and a put togetherness to them and just a density that this does not have. This does not feel like an action figure with a model built around it. This just feels like a model kit that someone else started building before me. I'm really not that impressed in that regard. Dovin Wolf definitely does not beat the Gyaradoga. I mean, the Dovin Wolf can't even beat itself. The Silver Bullet beats it any day. Where's the faceplate? It's C4. Oh, all the way up here at the top. Right. Bandai announces MGX gold frame the moment I order the metal build. Then I'll buy them both. It's one of my favorite Gundams of all time. If I have to buy 2, I'm going to buy 2. Also, the nice thing about metal builds is because they're figures, they actually hold their value after you buy them. So if you want to sell one, you can actually get a decent amount of money for it instead of whatever scraps you get for a built model kit. That's another advantage that that figures have that you really don't get with Plamo. Just share those G Gundam cameo shots in the Discord. Okay, cool. I'll check those out in a minute. I can't really look at stuff on Discord while I'm streaming because the layout that I have for building my kits pretty much occupies my entire desk space. Gyaradoga's most back-to-basics MS that follows up one of the most insanely gimmick-dense MS. Yeah, it's just so... It's such a great evolution of just the classic Zeon Grunt. Messer is hella awesome. I'm more of a Gustav Karl guy. I really like the Gustav Karl. I couldn't believe that we were finally getting a kit of it with narrative, because I remember back when I first got into Gunpla, back when I first started, it was around 2013, 2014, and I remember the Zeta Plus was actually one of the first kits that came out after I started like really following new releases in the hobby. So that high grade Zeta Plus, the one from Unicorn, that's like the gray colors with the new rifle. And I saw in the background of the box art on that, the Gustav Karl, and I thought, holy crap, that's a cool looking Jesta variant. And I was like, man, where can I get a kit of that? That looks awesome. And then I realized to my disappointment that no model kit would exist. And then, like, 8 years later, Bandai came through and they actually made it for narrative. And it was very, very hype. I built the kit. It's still sitting on my shelf right now. Awesome model. Love it. And just an overall really great chunky design. G-Savior is the smallest kit lineup. I mean, if you're going by actual kit releases, sure, but G-Savior had quite a few mobile suits in the story that we didn't actually get models of. So if they did a full comprehensive line, it would have been a lot bigger. Oh yeah, I love the Silver Bullet. Especially, the best Silver Bullet is the Silver Bullet with the Jigen face. That's peak. That is peak right there. Mark 5 is Mark 5 is all right, but it's no silver bullet. Wing and F91 are pretty small. Yes, they are by physical size. They are small. Oh, I think Victory might be a little smaller than F91. Favorite grunts, Leo? Honestly, Leo is one of my least favorite grunts. It's just so... I feel like there's a difference between making a design simple and making it ugly, and the Leo kind of just looks ugly. I think I'm not really a fan of the TV screen head and the really like super rounded limbs everywhere. I don't think it's a very good looking design. I built the kit and it's fun enough for what it is. I do really like the Leo, the enhanced Leos that you see in G Unit for the 3 different commanders. I think those look nice, but as far as the basic Leo goes, I'm not really a fan. Rizal is my favorite grunt. Rizal is a very good grunt. Also, the Master Grade Rizal, massively underrated kit. If you even kind of like the Rizal, go out and pick up a Master Grade Rizal next time they get reprinted, because that is an awesome kit that nobody talks about. I have never seen a model pull off the Zeta style transformation better than my Rizal Type C does. Now, granted, I haven't looked a lot into the Zeta Verka, so maybe the Zeta Verka does a better job. But when I built that Rizal Type C, I was amazed by how effectively that kit did the transformation. Everything locks together in flight mode, everything locks together in mobile suit mode. Even with the giant defensor backpack that the Type C has, the whole model was so stable that it can stand rock solid upright with no loose joints, no issues whatsoever, without even using that kickstand piece they give you to prop up the backpack. It is a really impressively solid model. And on top of that, it just looks phenomenal too. The Rizal in those General Revel colors with the defensor pack, that is just a damn cool design. Can't wait for MG Dolan Wolf to be $140. I'll still buy it. I mean, you know it will be. Cassie turned white was one of the most Y redesigns. Yeah, they definitely changed the colors a bit for the movie designs. If you look at the color schemes of the movie ones compared to the Verkas or the novel designs, they're very, very different from each other. Technically, the Rizal is a Methus. Yeah, it's like a Methus meets Jigen kind of deal. And I consider the Methus to be another one of those suits that has the Zeta style transformation, only because they both include the same kind of problematic areas of the transformation that a lot of kits screw up, which is the way that the waist and torso kind of split and move around. So, I kind of consider them to be in the same family because of that. With the Bawu being like a distant cousin. Gelgoog's still my boy. Gelgoog is definitely up there. Not better than the Gyaradoga though. Man, those Gelgoogs from Return of Johnny Raiden, the Uma Lightning custom, the Johnny Raiden custom, the sniper one that has like the Dazzle camo on the shoulder. Those are some damn cool Gelgoogs. That manga was actually what made me really like the Gelgoog. Because I don't know if I'd seen... Hang on, let me squeeze this together. Holy crap. This whole model is just squeezing together things way tighter than they should be squeezed. They really went to town with that gloss coating. You know, I think at the start of the stream, I said something about the lack of a gloss coating on the bootleg by MJH to be a negative. I'm not sure I'd call that a negative anymore. I'd say that's actually another point in that kit's favor, probably. You get to build the whole kit. The parts are probably going to fit together better, even though it's a bootleg. Man, like, I'm squeezing together about as hard as I physically can, and I cannot get that gap to close. I'm going to bust out the clamp and see if I can fix it. Gelgoog feels too powerful to be a grunt. I mean, it's basically just a custom Char suit that got mass-produced after the fact. Must have paid a lot of just to redesign to be closer to another franchise mech Zeromer. Oh yeah, the Zeromer totally looks like a Kasi Gundam. Like it's basically the same mech. Okay. Gonna squeeze his head in the torture clamp a little more. That is about as much tension as I feel comfortable putting on that, and the gap's still not closing, so I guess he's just gonna have a giant gap in the back of his head then, because I am not squeezing that any tighter than it is right now. Yeah, I'm not impressed by that fitment. That's not great, especially for a $140 model. Love the scope Gelgoog and Return Dry Run. Oh yeah, that was super cool. HGUC S Gundam, dude. I want to see a real grade S Gundam. I want a real grade XS Gundam. That is one of my big kit wants right now, because I already got my real grade Epion. I still need my Master Grade Gold Frame. I still need my Master Grade Lord Astray. But that real grade S Gundam, that's real high on the list. And yeah, Zaku 3 Revive would be really nice. Alright, what else goes in the head here? So we gotta drop in some Vulcans, more yellow. If Bandai gives me a Zaku 4, I promise I'm buying a Moon even if I don't really like it. I have no idea what the Zaku 4 even looks like. I don't even know what piece of media that would be from. I do like the Zaku 3 though. That's a very cool design. If you need to pull out the clamps, then it failed at model engineering. I mean, there's occasionally times where I need to use the clamps. Usually it's a user error thing where I didn't have the parts aligned perfectly. But I have these two pieces aligned about as well as they can be. There's just the last gap just doesn't want to close because all the runners on this kit have that gloss coating sprayed on the runners. So it made all the pegs thicker. So everything goes together really tightly now. Oh, dude, I would literally die if they made a PG XS Gundam, but fortunately that's not going to happen. I want an XS that looks good and is built good. Yeah, like, I was so crushingly disappointed with that Master Grade, because, like, a lot of people defended it because they were like, hey, it's the old mold's not that bad, they just updated it a little bit. That felt like such a con to me, because I have always wanted, like, a modern Master Grade, maybe like a Verka or something, of the XS Gundam. That's fully modern, everything's new, everything's got the best possible engineering you could give the XS Gundam. And they were like, nah, here's the kit we already made with 5 parts changed, take it or leave it. And that, honestly, that pissed me off. That, very few Bandai releases have pissed me off as much as the Master Grade XS did. I kind of almost felt personally betrayed by that one. I was really not happy. XS 1.5 is phenomenal, nothing quite like old ABS and screws. Yeah, isn't that great? I love screwing together my model kit made of old ABS plastic. That is just super great. The best thing ever. 19 and 20. Exia not having a 2.0, especially with the recent OMGs, is baffling. I think the weirdest part about it was the Estrella, because when they released the Estrella and it was still using the existing MG Exia mold, that was the weird part, because I was like, man, they didn't even update anything. They didn't improve any parts or change any parts, which is kind of par for the course now when they reuse an older mold like that. They just straight up made the Master Grade Estrella, and that, I feel, was the biggest possible nail in the coffin for the Exia, because there is no way that they wouldn't have at least updated some parts if they were planning on making a new Exia. So I don't think we're going to be seeing Exia for a very long time. I don't remember the scale, but someone made a mass. I can't tell if I've seen multiple massive XS kits or if the one guy takes it to a bunch of different events. But I feel like it's a trend to build massive models of the XS Gundam. Because there's that giant like 5 foot tall one that some guy did that fell over. I remember seeing another really big one as well. I think I saw one that was just a bust. I saw this one on Instagram that I shared on my community tab where The guy who made it, he didn't just wire it up with LEDs. He didn't just wire it up with motorized moving flaps. He put a freaking phone LCD display inside the goddamn cockpit so it had a working display. This was on a big kit, mind you. This was, the whole cockpit area was like this. But he put a cell phone screen inside of the cockpit so the actual pilot display functioned. It was the most extra thing I've ever seen in a Gunpla. Why would they update it? The metal build Estrella sells way better. The metal builds do seem to be pretty popular. I wonder if that affects their incentives to make new model kits of the master grade since they're the same scale. Kit bashing the main suit from the Rust Horizon manga. That's the anchor, right? Are these different colors? I can't tell. No, I don't think they are. When they release new kits with old-ass molds that I want to see revamped, it always breaks my heart. I despise HG Tristan because, yeah, HG Tristan is the reason that they actually update the old molds now. Like, as soon as that Tristan came out, they immediately got the message, and pretty much every kit we've gotten since then that used an older mold makes some sort of improvements. The Master Grade Dwage did it to the Master Grade Dom mold. The high grade of the Jigen from Build Divers updated the original HG Jigen mold. They did it with the Sinanju Stein high grade, and they also did it with the Unicorn version of the Regia Z and the Regia Z Custom. Anytime they're reusing an older mold like that now, they do try to make an effort to improve it. So, that's one of the things I will say about Bandai is that when they make big mistakes, they definitely work to fix them as fast as possible. But in the case of the Tristan, it was really frustrating, seeing as that was the inciting event, so at the time they didn't really know better. Model builders in Asia are actually insane. Like, dude, this wasn't even like the level of insanity that I usually ascribe to Asian modelers. This is like beyond that. This is like Super Saiyan Asian modeling. It was actually like impossibly good. The inner frame is quite good, outclassed most focus. See, the thing is, I really don't care how good the older kit is, because if I wanted to buy the older kit, I would just buy the older kit. But if I'm buying a modern kit of the XS, I want it to actually be a modern model of the XS. Like, I don't really have a huge issue with the old MG XS, like, it's an okay kit. But if I'm buying a new kit of it, I want it to be a new kit. Like, the whole, like, half updated, half not thing really felt like a ripoff to me. Rust Horizon is the one with the weird ground Gundam with the ones. Oh, okay, never mind. That's a completely different manga than I was thinking of. That is not the Crossbone one. Even in general modeling community, whenever I see an absolutely insane model, it's always some guy in China or Korea. Have you guys seen the, I don't know if I posted it or not, but there's like a guy, I think he's on like Twitter or Instagram or something, who makes these kit bash dioramas with like dead shellfish parts. So he made like a crab tank. He made a lobster submarine boat. I think he did a couple others as well, but he like kit bashed them together with Gundam parts to make these like cyborg flesh monster abominations. No, that's Anchor. I'm doing the one from the new manga that's a Xeon captured ground with Gooflux. Okay, yeah, that seems a lot more kit bashable than the Anchor is. Bandai makes a transforming unicorn head that jams in the... Wait, did it really? The Bandai live shopping experience... I completely missed that. Did they actually screw up the performance live? That's really funny. Why strive for old-ass stuff when you can move forward and make new stuff? I think the biggest reason when it comes to Gundam is we still have the old ass stuff. Like, Gundam does an unprecedented job of making their older products still continue to be available. So, like, if I want to build the old MGXS, which honestly doesn't seem like that bad of a kit, I can just go buy the old MGXS. But if I want a new kit of the MGXS, I want it to be a fully new kit, you know? Should we talk about the Rick Diaz? We could talk about the Rick Diaz. I think it's a very alright mobile suit. It's not a suit I love, it's not a suit I dislike, it's just kind of there. He's good looking, he's respectable, but I don't have a lot of love for him personally. Two strips from Diaz's DX. I think that did get a high grade, right? It just doesn't have the updated joint high grade like the other Rick Diaz's did. Which is why I hate people who fucking telling people the old kit's fine, better than the new stuff, doesn't need an update. Yeah, because an update doesn't really hurt anyone. We still get the old kit reprinted. It just gives you more options. The only thing you're doing is maybe technically losing out on budget that could have gone to like a new kit, but even then. At this point, I'm probably just going to get the Metal Robot Spirits figure to be my collection's XS Gundam for now. And at some point in the future, if some third-party company makes an MGXS that's not like super over-designed like the Mechanicore one, I might get it. If Bandai makes a real grade, obviously I'll get it. But at this point, I feel like the Metal Robot Spirits figure is the best way to go. Man, I wish we'd get like an actual kit of Char's DJ. That would be such a cool... That would be like the perfect thing to make as a P Bandai kit. I would not complain at all about that being P Bandai because it's completely understandable, but it's also an awesome mobile suit that I would need to have. I was watching Bad Glumper react to it when they were showing the unicorn head transforming. It suddenly stopped and the camera cut away. Wow. Wow, yeah, you gotta actually prepare for that kind of thing before you do it. The presenters were so embarrassed. Yeah, I feel sorry for like the obviously like super shy Japanese guys that get to do those streams. I feel like especially for like a company like Bandai, it's kind of hard. It's hard to find people sometimes that are actually comfortable talking in front of a camera. I feel like the only human alive who really dislikes the DJ. Yeah, you probably are, because the DJ is awesome. Psycho Mark III and Hydra Gundam needs kits. Oh yeah, I've talked a lot of shit about the G-Unit kits because I think they're not very good models. But I would buy a Hydra Gundam, even if it used that mold, just to have it, because I know that is probably the only Hydra Gundam we are ever going to get. So even if it's using that really kind of crappy G-Unit high grade mold, I would still buy it anyways. Even at its inevitable $45 price point in the US store. God, I can't believe I paid almost $50 for that low booster. That was definitely an impulse buy. The SER type has that thing. Yeah, the SER type DJ is super underrated. Like, even aside from model kit, I just like to see that thing get more presence in general. I feel like the only place I've ever seen it is the Converge line. Still waiting for the Re-100. Dude, I'm waiting for any Re-100s to get reprinted at this point. Like, it is an absolute crime how much Bandai neglects that line. The DJ is awesome. The Ifrit is awesome. The Bawu is awesome. That line was just hit after hit after hit after hit. And then they killed it, and that was just sad. Honestly, with how much they've inflated the MSRP of the full mechanics kits, I'm almost wondering if the reason they avoid reprinting the Re-100s is to stop the full mechanics from looking like a bad deal. Because if they had a full mechanics, you know, like Forbidden Gundam or something on the shelf next to a Re-100 of something like the Ifrit, it would be so obvious how overpriced the new full mechanics kits are. With $250, you could probably afford to get yourself a killer airbrush set. The entire collection of stuff was a huge scam. There was this Mr. Hobby airbrush set that cost $500. Holy crap. Yeah, you can get a good airbrush set for way under $500. Like, honestly, I never got around to making the video, but at a point a few years ago, I picked up what was the absolute just cheapest airbrush set I could physically buy on Amazon, the absolute cheapest one I found on the internet. And honestly, it was fine. Like, you don't need a great airbrush. This was the cheapest, crappiest, like $20 little airbrush I could find, and it worked really well. I'm sure it's not going to last as long as a better one. I'm sure there's probably some pieces on it might break over time. But as something to practice on, as something to get your foot in the door, you don't need an expensive airbrush. You can really do a lot with some cheap tools. Buy a 1/100. Oh, 1/100 would have been the perfect place to release the Mahiru. That would have been such a high level release for them to do. And with Gundam Evolution giving it any level of actual popularity, this would have been the time to release it. But the stars didn't align, and they axed the line before they got the opportunity to capitalize on the success of Gundam Evolution with a Re-100 Mahiru, and I just think that's a shame. Like, that could have been cool. That could have been really, really cool. Alright, which piece is this? 15? 15, right? Yeah, okay, so it's a clear piece in the middle for the camera sensors. Turned off by the lack of detail in the Nightingale. Riku, the Nightingale is literally the only kit in the line that is like that. The level of detail on kits like the Ifrit and the Bawu is insane. They are amazing looking kits. The amount of plastic and engineering in the CDFM kits is definitely more robust than Re-100, but yeah, I generally agree on cost and kind of... Yeah, like they're not, it's not like they're bad kits, but they're also as expensive, if not more expensive than an average master grade, and I feel like they're just not justifiable at that price, and if they were justifiable at that price, I think they should have just put the master grade label on the box. Like, if they're going to be that good and they're going to be that expensive, just call them master grades. That's true, my $30 Fengda has lasted me years and still going strong. My actual airbrush is 20... Yeah, you don't need an expensive airbrush. I was never sure about them before I actually bought the airbrush myself, because since there's such a wide range of prices when it comes to airbrushes, because you can get some of like the Badger and Iwata models can be upwards of like $200-300. So I thought, wow, if it's possible for an airbrush to be $300, there's no way the $20 one is any good. But it turns out I was wrong, and there's actually a very wide range of airbrushes that are perfectly acceptable to use. Number 1, it's up here. Comparing the Calamity and Re-100 Mark III, the Calamity box has a bit more... I couldn't read the rest of that because it went off screen, but yeah, I mean, it seems like... I think the thing is, even if the full mechanics are like more substantial kits, at the end of the day, I think a lot of customers would have still looked at both kits on the shelf and went, oh, this is a 1/100 that's presumably not as good as a master grade. This is a 1/100 that's presumably not as good as a master grade. Why these kits not the same price? You know, like, just psychologically as a customer, I think there's an aspect of that even if there is a legitimate reason for the full mechanics to be more expensive, I think it wouldn't have looked good on store shelves and probably would have resulted in some loss of sales. The Re-100 Guneasy is smooth AF. The Re-100 Guneasy had some decent detail on it. It did kind of vary from kit to kit, though. I didn't know that. It's a shame they led with such a basic bitch. Oh yeah, the Nightingale is a really bad example of the Re-100 line. Like, that was a kind of a dud kit for them to start with, because pretty much everything else in the line is better than the Nightingale. I've built the Gerbera, I've built the Bawu, I've built the Ifrit, I've built the Guneasy, and pretty much every single one of those is way better than everything I've seen of the Nightingale. I've also got a Zaku FZ in my backlog that I want to build at some point. Where do you go? Are there stickers on this? No, there aren't. There's no stickers for the sensors. It's all clear pieces, which I guess is nice. At least they got that going for it. Come on, squeeze in there. There we go. As far as Victory's 30th anniversary goes, I think the most you could expect is maybe another reprint of the Master Grade Assault Buster for the 400th time. That's the only celebration I can see them doing. I just bought a $50 airbrush and it works just fine. Never had an airbrush or use spray paints. Yeah, and like, yeah, the rattle cans work fine. It's mostly, with the airbrush, it's part of it is that you get a little more control over the stream. And the other part of it is that you can custom mix your own colors. So there definitely are some advantages to the airbrush. Also, in the long run, if you're buying a lot of the rattle cans, it does eventually become cheaper to get an airbrush if you do a lot of painting. The only real benefit to the airbrush is doing it safely indoors and mixing colors. Yeah, the mixing colors is a big benefit, and as far as the safety goes, I still generally try to keep good ventilation with airbrushing, but it is putting out a lot less paint, so as long as you're not working with like lacquers or something, I guess you can get away with doing it indoors. They might hike prices for the DJ reprint just because of years of inflation. Oh yeah, I mean, they do that already for their reprints now. It's true, Riku. Yeah, exactly. In the long run, spray cans get a lot more expensive. I want to get into painting Gunpla, but I CBA, and it's expensive when you only have 20 kits. CBA, is that, I don't know if that's like an abbreviation for the country you live in or something. When am I buying the Hamma Hamma? Never, because I do not like the design at all, and I don't think it's a particularly good kit. I bet that one of the big reasons the line didn't do well is because of people like me who know. Yeah, that might have done a little. I don't know. I don't know if it really did that much damage because the line went on for several years. Like, they got a bunch of releases after the fact, and they all sold pretty well. So I don't think the Nightingale did too much damage to the reputation of the line. Does this chat get paid 25 cents for every time someone uses the word Gaia? No, it just happens to be in someone's name. Nyaya Gundam kit when? I mean, I think it got a resin conversion, right? Did it not literally get like an official resin conversion from like Dengeki, not Dengeki Hobby, one of the magazines that does like partnerships with Gundam? I thought they did an official resin conversion for it, and if it wasn't official, then I definitely saw a fan made one. So there are options out there for the Nyaya Gundam if you want to get creative. I think the biggest issue with a Nyaya Gundam is at the end of the day, it's still based off the high-grade Gaia Gundam, and while I do like the design of the Gundam conceptually, that kit is mediocre at best. I mean, it's high-grade seeds, so you have to set your standards pretty low, but even then, it's not something I would want to display with my modern kits. Made for Victory 30th anniversary, they gave it a Mook, and for Build Fighter's 10th anniversary, they gave it an acrylic logo stand, and that's all this year. Yeah, they're really not giving us those anniversary kits, huh? If you have a vent hood thing, it's no issue. In fact, honestly, with a vent hood, you could get away with using rattle cans just as easily as an airbrush. Oh, can't be asked. I see. I thought you were like saying the abbreviation for the name of the country you live in, and because of that, it's like hard to get paints or something. The airbrush is more versatile, not to mention spray cans are kind of clumsy to use. Yeah, I started painting a kit with spray cans and it went okay, but honestly, I'm just remembering now that I actually need to finish. I really need to finish that build. I've got a half-built Big Nagina that I was working on a custom paint job for, and I don't even know if the can that I originally bought like still works or if it's like all gunked up, which is unfortunate because I realized after buying the first can of paint and starting on the project that the paint that I chose is a discontinued color, and I bought the last can of it. So it's in a very specific shade of red that I'm not sure I'd be able to color match with my airbrush, and only half the kit's painted, so I really don't know how I'm going to resolve that. Sure, if I had more spare cash, I bought an airbrush a decade ago, seeing as I habitually paint him. Yeah, for how much you paint Riku, I think an airbrush would be a pretty good investment for you. For most people, I'd recommend airbrush over spray paint, but especially for people who already have experience with spray cans. Yeah, like, honestly, I feel like with airbrush, there's a lot of intimidation in, like, trying it for the first time. But it's a lot harder to screw up an airbrush than I think people realize, and with how cheap you can go and still get decent results, the risk of like damaging the hardware is a lot lower than I think a lot of people realize. So this whole crest just kind of pops down there. We are getting full mechanics guy eventually. Yeah, we probably are gonna get that. We're gonna get that whole trio probably. Getting an airbrush is the biggest game changer in my modeling. Oh yeah, it's super cool. Airbrushing has got me on my 10-year rut. Yeah, the only reason I don't paint more of my kits is I'm big on having visual continuity on my shelves. So if I had one kit that was painted in this particular style and one that's painted shell shaded and one that's got like heavy edge shading and one that's got weathering and like I had all those together, I wouldn't like it because they'd all like clash with each other. I like to have like really nice visual continuity between my kits. So that's why I generally don't experiment too much with painting. But when I do occasionally paint, I do enjoy it a lot. Now I need A21 for the back of the head. I envy airbrush coating appearance compared to hand paint. Oh yeah, it gives you a super clean finish. It's also the only way I've ever been able to get masking tape to work. Anytime I try to mask off something and paint it by hand, it always wicks under the tape. But with an airbrush, because it just dusts on such a light coating, the painter's tape actually works phenomenally well. A21, that's gonna be this piece. Always petrified of color mixing, like my shit, super mathematical. Being colorblind means I have too many, oh whoops, have to get the different color modes. Yeah, I mean, you gotta, with airbrushing, I really think you gotta mix all the paint that you're gonna be using of that color at the same time, and make sure you paint all the parts that are gonna be in that color in the same batch. Because if you're like mixing and remixing the same colors, whether you're colorblind or not, you're gonna have a really hard time matching them. Buy-in for airbrushing is like $200. Not necessarily. I literally bought a $50 set off Amazon and it was totally fine. Now granted, that does not include ventilation, so if you use something like that, you're gonna have to like do it in a garage or something, but it's totally doable to get into airbrushing for not that much money. Hand painting got its perks too. Look up on miniature painters. Oh yeah, miniature painters can do some cool stuff with hand painting, but I've also seen them do some really nice stuff with airbrushing as well. Miniature painting is interesting because they kind of use an entirely different set of techniques than what we do for Gunpla. Oh great, so those two pieces that didn't want to go together are actually being a problem now because I have to fit a piece over this little tab that comes between them. So until these are squeezed together, I can't actually get that part on properly. That's great. So I do have to figure out a way to squeeze this together. Let me take this back apart and see if I can find the root of the problem. Might be more, I don't know, but compressors are cheap now. Yeah, and like a compressor is way better than using an air pump, but if you get a crappy air pump for like 20 bucks, it's still gonna work. Like it's gonna kind of suck, but it's going to get you started and you're gonna be able to at least practice with it. You can't mask on hand painting. It just makes a mess. You can, but you run the risk of paint building up along the tape. Yeah, like whenever I'm hand painting, as soon as any paint touches the tape, it just wicks under the whole thing and ruins everything. I've never had any luck with that. You can make your own vent hood for less than 30 bucks. That's good because a lot of times I look at the ones on Amazon and it's like $100 freaking for a box with a fan in it. And I'm like, there's no way it has to be that expensive. But there's basically only one model on Amazon that just gets rebadged by all the companies. So it feels like there's really not a lot of options in that field. I'm gonna grab some more water. I don't know if you're aware of him, Big Boy, but there's a YouTuber called Miniature Model Mayhem, I believe his name is, and he is a Warhammer sort of miniature style painter who's been painting a lot of Gunpla kits lately, and he paints the Gunpla models with the styles and excuse me, with the styles and techniques that you see with a lot of the miniature painting, and it's a really cool effect. $35 to $40 for an airbrush, $80 for compressor, $50 for a good mask, paints, thinners. Yeah, if you're counting paints and everything, it is going to cost you a little bit, but I definitely don't think you have to spend $40 on an airbrush. You could get something for closer to 25. For the compressor, you can get a really crappy one for like $40, and that's going to get you started. As for the mask, if you have like really good ventilation, like if you're actually doing it like outside or in an open garage or something, you're kind of going to be okay. But even then, I feel like you could get a proper mask for a lot less than $50. Vent hoods are super overpriced, literally just a plastic box with lights and a vent. That's what I thought, but they're all so expensive. I recommend looking up how people make their own very easily and does the same thing. Filters will also be cheaper. Okay, I'll look into that because I really was amazed by how expensive the pre-built ones were. You're the buy once, cry... Okay, well, yeah, if you're going the buy once, cry once route, honestly, you could go even more expensive with those. But yeah, like, if you're dropping, like, the kind of money where it's like, hey, this is going to be my airbrush, my compressor, and my mask that I'm going to use from here on out, then yeah, you are probably going to want to drop a little more cash on them. MMM's Buster and Goof paint jobs are awesome. Yeah, he's done some really cool kits. I've done some kits with Warhammer techniques. I kit bashed and painted a perfect battle-worn version of the Red Rider before the kit was even announced. Nice. I need to finish disassembling this head so I can figure out what's wrong with it. Okay. There must be like a nub somewhere that I'm missing. And I guess if there isn't, worst case scenario, I could just trim down the peg. Like that. And that will make them go together better. So I could do a test fit. Wow, yeah, that peg, that really does not want to combine. Let me try that again. That is the wrong side. Goes on this side. Same with Zaku Farm's work, hand-painted Zakus. His WFM HD works are awesome too. I've not heard of that guy. I'll have to check him out. Happy I didn't go buy once, cry once because I ruined my... Yeah, that's part of it too, is there's... I felt like a lot of it with me was that I was afraid I'd ruin the equipment when I first started, so, I think having the... Okay, well now they aren't... Hold on. There's nothing wrong with the two halves of the head. The pre-built part is just physically too wide. That's not a problem with me. That's a problem with how they assembled the frame at the factory. Because the pieces physically can't get close enough to each other to connect properly. Yeah, so the Vulcans are in all the way. And those are the only user assembled parts that would be interfering with it. So they just... But this is all one piece, so they couldn't have assembled it wrong. They just made the head physically too wide. Man, what the... This is a weird-ass kit. I was thinking when I built this, like, hey, this is going to be a fun little, simple, straightforward build. They've, you know, they pre-built half the kit already. It's going to go super fast. And here we are realizing that his head is physically too wide for the armor to fit on. What's a good UC MG kit? A really good one is anything really based off the Master Grade Gundam 2.0. So like the Gundam 2.0, the Prototype Gundam, the GM 2.0, the Gym Sniper 2. That's a really, really good mold. So is the Goku 2.0 actually. Have I built? No, I haven't built any of the 86 kits. Oh, you mean something less mainstream? Well, I would say probably the Master Grade Goku 2.0 again. I think that's a really underrated kit and a really good one. And if you want to go even less mainstream than that, Master Grade Rizal is a phenomenal kit. I've already talked earlier in this stream about how amazing it is. All-time favorite kit is any version of the HG Gundam ground type. Yeah, like that's a very basic Gundam. It's not one I'm particularly fond of, but I did really enjoy building the ground GM. Yeah, they literally made the head physically too wide for the armor to fit properly. Issue with the Goog is you can't get it in the good-looking colors. I think I want to say the Johnny Ryden version is still available on the P Bandai shop, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Okay, I gotta take this off cam and see what's going on with it. Why are you like this? What is your problem? Everything's aligned fine in the front. Everything's aligned fine on the top. And then there's this massive gap in the back. What the heck is wrong with this thing? Like, okay, so I'll put this on, and I'm thinking, hey, maybe this is going to help close the gap a little bit, because if I put the skull cap on, it'll kind of close those pieces together a little bit. And then I put the V-fin on, and that kind of seals up the top. Wait, where's the cap of it? Here it is. Here it is. Okay. So that goes there, and then I pull that off and drop this in, and that wedges down the middle. Okay. Kind of. I feel like this isn't. I feel like this would be a lot. There we go. There we go. So I just popped the head completely off because I feel like this is going to be a lot easier to do without it attached to the body. I guess I'll just squeeze this on. Oh, okay. Well, it worked that time. There's still a bit of a gap in the back, but at least it's closed together enough to fit together now. So there's the God Gundam's head after much fiddling and screwing around that was not really necessary. I like the proportions on this kit. I feel like the high res can be kind of hit or miss in their redesigns, but I really like what they did with the God Gundam. Watched a vid on the Mastery Nuver, Ka, Double Zeta, and Z, but I don't know if they're worth 70 pounds. I would say the Double Zeta and the Zeta definitely are. The new Gundams, eh. Like, it's worth it from, like, a materials and engineering standpoint, but as a kit, I don't think it's as good as the other two. You bought a third-party resin conversion kit of the Jim Striker Custom in 1/44th scale. Okay. Painted it using the same technique you do with the red wire. Okay, neat. I don't know why you'd buy a... Do you mean a resin conversion for the actual Bandai kit, or a resin conversion that turns something else into the Striker? Because we already got the Jim Striker as a high grade. Oh wait, Striker Custom. Never mind. I forgot that was a completely different thing. Okay, so there's the head. Now we can move on to the arms. And this seems like it's actually going to have some building involved. There are MGs from the Marsa and Gyaradoga too. Yes, there are, and the Mastered Gyaradoga is a very cool kit. MG from F91 wouldn't be a bad kit if you got newer stuff, but I think a lot of it's P Bandai. The Master Grade F91 itself is a regular retail kit, and it's honestly one of the nicer looking Master Grades. I really like that model. Also, good night, big boy. Oh, never mind, he was saying good night to someone else. I know you're in like Europe with like weird time zones and stuff, so I just assumed, oh yeah, he probably would be going to bed right now. So yeah, sorry, big boy. We're gonna make you go to bed. It's your bedtime, whether you like it or not. 2, 4, and what else from the D runner? Nothing. Okay. No, please, Mom, want to stay up and watch 2S. Yeah, it's like this is like the midnight run on Toonami. You gotta stay up until 2 in the morning to watch your favorite anime dubbed in English with commercial breaks. Man, Toonami in 2023 makes no sense whatsoever. Like, that is just... It's not even nostalgia for, like, anime fans. It's literally just nostalgia for people that liked Toonami. Because there's no... Nowadays that we have so many different streaming options, both legal and otherwise, to watch basically any show you want, subbed or dubbed, whenever you want, as much of it as you want. Watching one episode of a show a week at 4 in the morning, dubbed in English with commercial breaks every 5 minutes, is just such an asinine way to watch a show that it does not make sense unless you are just a massive fan of Toonami specifically. I need the other 2 pieces. Yes, Toonami does still exist. Although by still, I mean that they went defunct for a while and then they came back. So back around like 2015, 2016, Toonami made its big return. And I believe, as far as I know, they're still ongoing. And yeah, I'm a VTuber, so this technically is anime. The animation is about on par with Mars of Destruction, because literally all there is lip flaps and nothing else, but it is technically a form of animation. It's like 12 p.m. there for you. Yeah, that's not that late. You'll manage. I need those 12s from the E-Runner. I don't care about Tom. I'm not gonna stay up until 4 in the morning to watch some robot man named Tom. They could just make him the mascot for like a streaming site or something nowadays. More animated than the last episodes of Evangelion? Yeah, more animated than a lot of anime. Where's this piece? Animation's like late Boku no Hero Academia. It's like, oh, what was that called? The one that... What was... Crap. I can't remember the guy. The, I think it was called like Twinkle Nora Rock Me or something. That one like really janky OVA that went viral on YouTube that had like 1 frame of animation per second. I look like a background character from an episode of that. Alright, PR4, see you later. I drew the Yakdoga once for religious commitment. That sounds like an interesting religion. Looks like the pilot dialogue animation in the SRW games. I think, oh man, I can't remember if someone found a way to mod the character profiles in SRW on PC or not. But if there is a way to do it, I'm gonna find a way to mod myself into SRW. I think I still won't be able to play it on stream because Bandai hates people playing that game and promoting it, but I think I might be able to mod myself into the game. I could even do custom voice lines and anything. You know what? Here's what I'll do. If I figure out how to do it, I'm going to release it as an actual mod so you can have Channel 2S playable in your SRW games, because there's no way I'd be able to actually stream it. Yeah, exactly. He's a big boy. It's literally in his name. SRW is also really boring to watch. Yeah, it's a really fun game to play, but it doesn't make for very interesting streams. And I do a lot of niche stream stuff, so I don't really care if like something's not super interesting to watch, but the problem is that Bandai claims every single one of the videos, because not only is the anime music copyrighted, which is, you know, that's understandable, I get that, but the slightly different versions that they use in the base game soundtrack are also copyrighted. And I thought, okay, that's fine. You know, there's a music replacement system. I could replace them with whatever music I like. Well, it turns out, for some unknown reason, not every single song in the game can be BGM replaced. So some of the menu tracks still are the original soundtrack, and they have Content ID on them. So it's literally impossible to play SRW on stream on YouTube without getting Content ID, unless you completely mute all game audio whatsoever, which is honestly not something that I want to do. I even experimented with trying to find some way to like feed in and replace the audio from the game with like a different music playlist and have it queue up different tracks in time with the game. And I was trying to get something like that worked out, but it was just really, really overcomplicated. And at that point, I did have to think, well, okay, this is not a type of stream that's super interesting. I probably shouldn't be putting this much work into trying to get it to work. Tuned it real quick just to say this. I've come to the conclusion that while Witch from Merc has improved, it somehow has less to say about corporations and other Gundam shows, which is disappointing because that was the big thing a lot of people raved about. Yeah, I haven't gotten caught up on Witch from Mercury yet, so I can't say much more about that. But I want to get caught up on it tonight so we can actually have conversations about that, because it seems like it's interesting what they're doing with it right now. Is the me going to sleep gag punishment? Oh, that's right. You started the feat, didn't you? That was you. It was you and Dipper. I think you were the two that started it. So yes, that is your punishment. Is you have to go to bed now. X coming in Mach 5 with a hot take. Yeah, he just comes in, drops the hot take, and just vanishes into the ether. It's just not the complete SRW experience without the proper BGM. Honestly, I see. It's still kind of a proper SRW experience, even with the worst BGM imaginable. The problem is that even when I do that, because it doesn't erase all the music in the game, there's still some songs that I got ID claimed for anyway. So it's like it's impossible to have a good SRW experience on YouTube. So there's clearly an order to how these go. It seems to be aligned this way, and then okay, I think it's like this. This way. What? Yeah, they go this way. Hey, I didn't start the feat thing by being into feet. I started the feet thing by saying that the Gym Spartan had nice feet. That's all that I said. I just said he has nice feet. I made an admirational comment about another dude's feet, and now everyone thinks that I'm into feet. That's all that happened. You should watch the last week's episode. To be honest, the only good part of the episode shows Cecilia's feet. Wait, is Cecilia the brown girl? Or is that someone else? I can never keep the names of all the side characters in Witch from Mercury straight. But I mean, if it's... I'm not going to say any more about the feet because I don't want to dig myself in deeper. I won't go to bed too fast. I have to make fun of you putting strange comments about plastic models' feet. Well, it'll be a little while before we get to the feet because we're working on the arms right now, but when we get to the feet, I will give them a full critical analysis. There we go. 14 and 15. Is the feet being stinky headcanon, or is it confirmed in dialogue or stink lines? I really, really want to hope they didn't include stink lines. That's just a little too far. Like, now you're getting into, like, totally Spies territory. Like you can have a little bit of, like, casual feet in the show. It's like, okay, it's, like, incidental, but the lines are just taking it once you start once you start giving the feet attributes beyond just existing as feet, that's when things start to get into the weird territory. Cecilia is the brown girl. Okay. Hammurabi is just Mecha Man Ray. Changed my mind. What the hell is Man Ray? Is that like some Aquaman villain I've never heard of? It's Elgheim. Oh, it's Elgheim's Hammurabi. Okay. Man Ray's... Oh, from SpongeBob. Okay. Where... I need this one and the matching mate, which I think is this. So they go this way. Right, like this. An HRM, a rarity in this day and age. Yeah, Manpig, honestly, with my experience with this kit so far, I don't really blame them for being a rarity. I'm not as impressed with this model as I thought I was going to be. They have the dude from the Earth House kneel down doing her manicure while she looks down. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so it is a feet scene then. Okay. It makes sense. He likes model kit feet since they're dark plastic. He likes brown girl feet. Look, okay? You don't have the wrong answer. You just have a really fucking weird way of getting around to it. I've heard this kid's really good at least. I'm not sure who you heard that from, Manpig, because so far I'm not super impressed with it. Now, I'm assuming you just tuned in, so I'm going to give you a quick rundown of what I've found with this kit so far. So first of all, I was expecting the inner frame to be more figure-like. There's a definite difference between how a figure like a metal build or a robot spirits feels compared to a Gunpla, and this frame just feels like a Gunpla that's been preemptively put together. There was also a bit of a QC issue with mine, where one of these foot pieces was actually bent and stressed in the box, and I had to very carefully bend it back to get it to sit straight. On top of that, I was expecting there to be a lot more die-cast and metallic paint on this, and there's basically none. There's a gloss coating on the parts here, and there are a couple metal pieces in the bottoms of the feet, and I think these might be metal as well, but that's pretty much it for the whole kit. So I was expecting a lot more metal. I was expecting a much more premium feel from the frame, and so far I've not been getting that from this kit. Also, the gloss has had a really annoying side effect where some of these pieces have gone on really tightly because the gloss coating thickened up the pegs to the point where they're really hard to push in. So I would say so far most of the premium features of this kit have actually been more of a detriment. Surprise statement went as far as to use Elgime elements considering all the horse shit between Bandai and Nagano. I mean, he made like 99% of the mecha from Zeta Gundam. Like, the aesthetic of Elgime is the aesthetic of Zeta Gundam. Like, they're so visually similar to each other. It's the bottom peg. Oh yeah, you just tuned in, Manpig. So yeah, I'm not enjoying the kit as much as I thought I would be. I was expecting a wider gap between this and like a normal master grade, and I'm not impressed with how narrow the gap actually is. Part of me feels like high-res model has been replaced by MGX for the safe preferable. Oh yeah, I would much rather build an MGX Strike Freedom than this. That's got some nice plating. It's got just an overall really premium feel to it. I don't mind having parts of the kit pre-built. I really don't care, as long as the sections that you get at the start have as long as they feel like they're better than what you could build. If this had a more premium figure feel to it, if it had more die-cast parts and some pre-painted areas that looked really detailed and nice, I would not really care about the frame. It would be fine. But as it is, as soon as I picked this up, I took it out of the box, I was like, wow, this is light as a feather, and this looks like something I could have built. Like, it literally just feels like they built half the kit already, instead of it being a combination of a figure and a model. Gundam Ground Type S is so good. That's the one from Thunderbolt, right? That's an interesting design for sure. So, I need the claws now. Busting out the claws. I just cannot see the point. There is a point to having a pre-built frame, theoretically. You can get a better quality, like nice premium figure feeling frame if it's an actual premium figure feeling frame. But this isn't. This just feels like a regular ass Gunpla that's been half built already. Yeah, exactly. It's not any better than a standard inner frame. In fact, I would go as far as to say real grade frames are better than this frame because there's no moving parts. Like, it's just regular joints. There's no real grade shifting armor. There's not even master grade style shifting armor. It's literally just an inner frame. Like, that's it. This could have been a master grade. This could have been a master grade, and not a single thing would have changed about it outside of a little bit less coating. Haven't built the God Gundam, so I can't speak on that, but I can say a Stray definitely feels different from an MG. The joints in that thing are impossible to achieve on a kit. I should note, though, for better and worse, some joints take strength to move. Yeah, the joints on this do feel fine. I don't feel like the joints are bad necessarily. It's just, I really was hoping there'd be a bigger gap between this and a master grade. Also, they do something really weird with the hips, where the joint for the hip is at the front, so when you swing his leg, it kind of bends like this. So you get like the drop down hips, but you have to use them every time you move the leg because it's built in as part of the joint. So that's a little bit weird. I should have said I can't see the point of a pre-built inner frame if they aren't going to make it like a figure. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much my point. This is B runner. And the other two are from the E and F. So we're building the claws now. Just look at the metal frame judge. Oh, the zero gravity judge, the third party kit. Yeah, I think that I'm surprised by how many of those third party kits have metal frames now. Like I guess it's kind of an easy thing for them to add since it's just a change of material, but it does make the kits feel like they're higher quality. Even though at the end of the day it's just a different material that, other than being a bit heavier, doesn't really add much to the figure. But it makes it feel heavy, and heavy things make your brain say yes because you associate them with premium. I saw a review of that, or not really a review so much as it was just a product demo of that. Oh wait, no, I did see a review because I saw Zacharelli's review of it as well. But I saw that Thor kit that some company or another put out. That thing looked really, really cool. So many cool gimmicks and moving parts on it. Loving the vibe here. You gotta go make food. All right, that's fine. I might have to stop for food at some point too, but that probably shouldn't be anytime soon. The F runner's already done. Okay, I guess that's all the yellow this kit's gonna have. Just the V-fin, the chest areas, and the claws. Oh, yeah, another thing, Manpig, about this kit is that the yellow piece on the chest that covers up the top of the little King of Hearts logo is super, super floppy. Like, there's no friction to this whatsoever because it's designed so you can push up the piece underneath it and it kind of slides under it. But it means that there's like nothing holding this in place. It is just rattling all over the place. The Soul Vogue 144th kit's got metal frame. Yeah, I think a lot of those kits will either have a metal frame by default, or they'll do some sort of like early production run that has a metal frame. Thor design's okay, but the price, some people. I think it's a really cool design. I love how that kit looks. The Canon Shadow Zoom thing looks... Man, I don't even know what like half of these things are when people talk about them, because as much as I am getting interested in the whole China Plus scene, I definitely don't have any of these like model or company names committed to memory yet, so I'm gonna have to do a lot more research on that. But I want to put out a video at some point just talking about it, because I think it's really interesting how many of those type of kits we're seeing nowadays. We've really had, in the last year or so, just an explosion of these Chinese companies just coming out with amazing looking original kits. RG God Gundam was the same quirk about the yellow piece. It's universal for all God Gundam kits. Okay. Domon needs his fresh air with that loose yellow hood. Yeah, exactly. It's ventilation for the cockpit. Start a new YouTube series where I break down the audio drama, story, and characters. Okay, cool. Always nice to see more Gaia Gear content on the internet. do appreciate them making this whole kit undergated given the coating, or at least as much of it as they reasonably could. I find myself very rarely reaching for my hobby knife. There we go. I'm definitely not going to spend more than one stream on this kit, so however long it takes for us to finish it tonight, we are going to finish it tonight. We're going to build this whole thing from head to foot. Have any of you guys tried any of the third-party MG metal frames? I have not. I've heard they're reasonably decent. Those ones don't interest me quite as much. Oh, wait, I misunderstood what you're saying. You're talking about like metal frames for like Bandai model kits. No, I have definitely not tried any of those, but I think I know what you're talking about. I was thinking you were talking about the bootlegs of the metal build figures where they like redo them as kits. I know Debon and Dragon Momoko did a few of those, but no, if you're talking about the metal frames for existing Bandai Master Grades, I've not tried any of those. The closest I ever came was I considered getting some metal hip joints for my Freedom 2.0 because they had some, I've heard they had some stability issues with like braking and stuff, but buying the little metal pieces would have cost more than the actual model itself did, and I wasn't going to pay that just to get a couple little pieces of die cast in there. So I ended up not going with it. What are the other pieces I need? I need the E's. E10s. There they are. I need to try out GBO2 on PC now that's out. I'm going to give it a shot. I don't have super high expectations for it. It doesn't seem like the type of mecha game that I would enjoy. It seems very, very much like that kind of early Armored Core, like super clunky and cumbersome type content, type combat, which I really hate. When I'm playing a game, even if it features mechs, I like to be fighting my opponent, not the mech that I'm piloting. So I'm really not a fan of that realistic route that a lot of mech games take, where they just make everything hard to control on purpose. China Plow look really cool, but part of me is wishing they would make some at a smaller scale. There are a few that are coming out at 1/144th scale now. Motor Nuclear did a 1/144th version of their Aoi Bing, as well as another one of their designs. And there's another company that I can't remember off the top of my head that did another 1/144th kit. So they definitely are branching out past 1/100. There's a few different companies that are tackling not Monster Musume. That's a whole different kind of anime waifu, but there are a few companies tackling the Mecha Musume type characters. Although if you want a Monster Musume model kit, there is that one Centaur girl that Kotobukiya is doing, and I'm not usually super interested in a lot of what Kotobukiya does, mostly because their kits tend to sell out really quickly and they don't reprint them a lot, so it's a lot of times kind of hard to get a hold of them, but I do really like how that Centaur looks. So I'm not sure what line she's in. I don't know if she's Megami Device or what, but I do want to pick her up whenever she inevitably releases. I haven't seen any release info about her. They've showed the resin prototype of her off at a couple events, but that's basically it. It's probably even clunkier than AC1. The camera's horrible. You have jack shit boost, cooldown on switching your weapons. Yeah, that sounds like everything that I hate about mecha games. So I don't think if I play it, I don't think I'm going to enjoy it very much. Melee attacks are Dark Souls heavy attacks. It's got bad reviews. Hoping someone to fix the connect. Oh, does it have bad netcode? Oh, that sucks. Man, I hate it when these games that have no purpose in life other than to be like online multiplayer just have bad connections. Like, come on. That is 99% of your game is just making sure that your players can connect. That's basic stuff. Like, if in car terms, that's like having a car that just drives forward. Not even steering, not safety, not crash testing, not AC or entertainment system, just your car rolling forward. That's what connections are like for online multiplayer games, and the fact that so many games screw that up is honestly embarrassing. Yeah, it's not actually Centauria Riku, but it looks like Centauria. I think it's either an original design or from some JRPG that I've never heard of. Of course, hey, I'm not into horse feet, okay? And I'm not going to answer whether or not I'm into human feet. The two pairs of feet, the 4 feet, whatever it is, that has nothing to do with it, okay? Imagine thinking Bandai's willing to put money for a dead game port on PC. Honestly, I'm amazed they even ported Jibo 2 at all. I'm surprised that that game has lasted for as long as it has, because barring any sort of judgments of quality, seeing what looked like a not super well thought out free to play game, like it's not like a Valorant or an Overwatch where like they clearly poured like thousands of hours into making like the ultimate competitive esport or whatever. It's just a freaking, Gundam licensed tie-in game. And despite that, it has a huge community and it's still going strong, and I'm honestly really impressed by that. The only people that defend the netcode are people with Ethernet cables. I can only see that expectation being justified from like a Hong Kong game where everyone they know lives in places so small and Ethernet is something everyone could do. I mean, if you're playing on like a desktop PC, it's not that hard to get an Ethernet connection. But if you're playing it on a laptop, then yeah, that's going to be an issue. Running like an Ethernet cable up to my room was honestly one of the biggest upgrades I've made to my computer setup. Like even more so than getting a new GPU and everything. Just having like a stable, reliable connection makes such a huge difference. Where everywhere they... Oh, I already read that. Never mind. So many pegs and so many holes, and what? Where does this one fit? So this goes here. Oh, it's the wrong piece. That's why. That would do it. Okay, now they fit. Don't exactly want a cable to other rooms or hallways. Yeah, I ran it through the wall. Although you can't always do that in like an apartment. Plus the game is... Yeah, I definitely don't think that Jibo 2 is the game you would want to... a game that would be worth running an Ethernet cable exclusively for. To be honest, if I was playing Jibo 2, I feel like I would spend more time like rolling for and unlocking new units than I would actually playing the combat part of the game. That's so much more appealing to me. Man, I do not like the way that they... Is this on correct? Wait a minute. Yes, that's how they want you to put these together. So the way the hinge is designed for the little claw pieces is that the gap for the C-clip's on the top, so a lot of times when you're swinging it forward and back, it just kind of unhooks, or you're trying to bend it back and it loosens up a little bit in such a way that it like binds up and jams, where you bring it forward and then you kind of bring it back and it like just gets stuck in there. It's really not a great way to construct that, and with the way the pieces go together, it didn't have to be a C-clip. They could have done a full loop that just drops down over a peg and it probably would have been fine. I'm really not sure why they chose to go that route. Oh, there's another set of fingers that I missed. Hang on, I'm gonna need to cut those out. Here you go. You go there, right? Yes. Oh, an F-14, nice. Always been building pros, time to add a jet to the... Oh, building props, I got you. Time to add a jet to the Air Force. I don't want to spend hours in tutorial speed and able to fight in a match without being a feeder for an enemy team. Yeah, it's definitely a game that appeals to the people that like it, but it's a very small group of people, and I'm honestly not sure if there's enough of a market for that game for it to succeed on PC. And yeah, the MS selection is absolutely insane. Hopefully we can crack GBO2 assets and put them in AC6. I feel like I've already seen assets dumped from GBO2, but I'm not sure. I might be misremembering it with something else. And yeah, Jibo 2's got the Zudas. Jibo 2's got everything that has ever existed in the Universal Century, from the 1 Year War all the way through, I would say, like, Unicorn-ish era. That's kind of the farthest they've gone as far as I know. Everything in that range is in the game. Every mobile suit, every variant, every side story, everything. If it exists in the Universal Century, it's in Jibo 2. Full stop. They have literally everything. The main issue I think people have with Jibo 2 is the fact they don't realize that your camera's turning speed is actually one of your stats. The game's made for controller, and the game with the mouse sucks. Yeah, it's turning speed is one of your... That is such a annoyingly frustrating thing to have in a game, where your where like just being able to see your surroundings is tied to your stats. Even on PlayStation, Jibo 2 have like what 1,000 Japanese that still play it. Yeah, those are not enough numbers to support a PC port. Limiting your camera turning speed with stats, such unbelievably poor design is unfair. Yeah, that is like one of those weird choices that like mecha games make sometimes. For like, hey, let's make it realistic by making it not fun. The huge selection is the one big selling point. I think it definitely is. Definitely is. Like if they made just a version of it that was just the gacha game, it's like a mobile port or something, I would probably just play that. I need fingers. Which fingers? The B2 fingers, completely different runner. Your MS isn't in the center of the screen, it's on the left. Oh, like your view of the character is offset. That's a little weird. I'm assuming you have like a crosshairs or something so you can actually aim. Hate it because I can't stand PvP games. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of PvP. I honestly prefer like a well-crafted story campaign than any sort of multiplayer, but I've had decent fun with some multiplayer games. It just depends on the game. And I definitely don't think Jibo 2 would be one of those games. I could do a stream tomorrow for fun though, just to see it anyways. Just to see how it goes. I was gonna do the Armored Core stream or the Armored Core 2 stream tomorrow, but I could push that back and do some Jibo instead. Clunky mech game definitely fits an 8th MS team setting though. Yeah, it does. It's a suitable type of game. It's just not a type of game that I would ever play. Even in the 1 year war, they can make melee strikes quicker than Jibo. Yeah, the clunkiness of UC mecha is very inconsistent. Even in the 1 year war, you've got sometimes it seems like they're really heavy and cumbersome, but then other times it seems like they're super fast and really agile. Do the Jibo stream just to check it out? Yeah, I probably will. It'll make for an entertaining stream if nothing else. 2S probably has 2,000 plus hours on. No, I do not, because I don't play Overwatch and I don't like feet. I only know. Okay, hang on. I only know he's the foot guy, right? Because you've brought it up before. That's the only reason I know he's the foot guy. And no, I don't play him because I don't play Overwatch. Jibo 1 was only suits from the 1 year war, so the expanded roster. Okay, so that was the one that was just 1 year war. Crossfire is fairly clunky and involves a lot of 1 year war guns. Yeah, I've seen stuff from Crossfire that made it look really cumbersome. The only types of mech games I really enjoy are the ones like Extreme Versus or like Dynasty Warriors or Gundam Breaker, where you actually have some level of agility and you feel like you're actually powerful on the battlefield and not, you know, stomping around in a big metal tank. The cost system is really shit IMO with how they do games. I expect it to be like War Thunder, but no, they have a certain cost rating games at certain... That sounds really weird. I'm not sure how that would work. Alright, let's... damn it, I just realized I forgot more nubs. The good thing about the undergating is it makes it really obvious when you miss nubs. The bad thing about the undergating is it makes it really obvious when you miss nubs. S2 cleared on the Overwatch. Crossfire makes it work. I've not played Crossfire. That's the was that the PS3 launch title, or was that a different one? Because I know there was one Gundam game that launched as like a launch title for the PS3 that did not go over very well in the US. The cost ranking actually works well for balancing. Every suit seems to be at the right level compared to the others. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with that mechanic to say anything on it one way or the other. War Thunder has probably done the best job at making me quit the game. They also do a great job at leaking classified military documents. That would be funny if the Jibo 2 community started like photoshopping up like fake in-universe military documents to leak on the subreddit. It's PS. Yeah, I think I have heard of that one before. It got like really bad reviews because for some reason they thought that a really niche Gundam game would be a good idea to use as a launch title for the PS3, and predictably almost everyone that reviewed the game shat on it. Armored Core Formula Front, I believe, was the title. Armored Core, but it's a one-on-one tournament set up with lots of customization. That sounds cool. Wow, this really doesn't want to go on there. Yeah, the ball joints for attaching these little fingers are not great. Oh, and there's what I was talking about again with the C-clip not wanting to seat properly. It's doing it again. I'm gonna have to completely remove the piece and then reattach it to get it to sit properly. There we go. You can play without cost limits, but be prepared to get shredded by a Faz in your RX-78. Yeah, I imagine that would happen. Bandai leaks top secret performance figures of all new mobile suits. Strange how they still haven't been arrested. Yeah, they just put it right there in the manuals. Wait a minute. I think I put those together wrong. Okay, you know what? I retract what I said about those weird finger pieces not attaching correctly. I'm literally missing half of the pieces for them. So that's probably why they aren't attaching properly. Because I just jammed the outer shell on without the inner frame. Unlike War Thunder, they don't do active matchmaking. So instead of having all costs playable at once, you're forced to learn every cost. Oh, I see. Do you not know how tiers work in games like War Thunder? No, I don't play War Thunder. I'm assuming it's like, just based off how you've been describing it, I would assume it's like, kind of like how in Extreme Versus you have like different costs for different units. And it's kind of a part of the balancing. In War Thunder, you can use whatever unit you want, and you'll find a game with that tier. Oh, I see. So the matchmaking is based off the power of your unit. That's see, that sounds like a good way to do it, because it lets anyone play anything they want while still being able to find a match that's fair for them. Is that the nubbed or unnubbed pile? This is the unnubbed pile. Okay. TLDR, the grind is real in War Thunder. Yeah, I mean it's a free to play game, so I imagine there'd always be a grind present. That's kind of a given. In Jibo 2, the power of your unit is there, but there's only 2 cost categories available at once. I see. That does sound a bit odd. try to assemble these properly this time. You might be stuck with a low-cost ground battle lobby for hours. Oh, I see. So you get like put in with a match that has a particular cost setting, and then you're kind of stuck there. 100 to 350 point costs when your war grunts to Gundams, 400 to 550, Zeta era Stardust and higher, and 600 to 700 is like Unicorn and new. Okay. This shit is annoying though, because it won't keep my settings between matches. Yeah, that sounds... I feel like sometimes with Bandai Namco, they're just general, like, not even so much the mechanics of the game itself, just all the like little quality of life stuff around the game seems to be a little bit lacking sometimes. The level system, you have a straight up chance of getting a unit, but it's useless because units are only really viable at their base cost, aka level 1. Why is this not... Oh, because it's crooked. There we go. Never mind, it's anytime I ult... Oh, okay, yeah, so that would probably be a bad idea to keep alt-tabbing into the stream then. Level system's ass, just join a big clan and reap the rewards from your team. If you like roll a double Zeta but it's level 3, it's useless, for example. Oh, I see. So you have to like level it up higher to get it to be viable, or... Okay, so that... These are plugging in way better now that I actually have them assembled properly. There we go. Yeah, now the forearms are alright. Now they're okay. So... B1, 16, and 13. Level 2, 3, 4 units. Oh, you have to downgrade them to level 1. If you roll a double Zeta but it's level 3, it's useless, for example. I see. So you can't do anything to... You can't do anything to get it up to a level where you could use it. Yeah, this sounds like a really frustrating game. Which is probably going to make for great stream content. So that's definitely going to be tomorrow's stream. Those are the 13s off this runner. 10, 9, 13. There we go. I have fun with it. I've been playing since the game was exclusive in Japan. That was a long time ago. I believe it came out around the same time as Gundam Breaker 3. So it's definitely had a lot more longevity than some other Gundam games have. Man, I remember I got New Gundam Breaker the day it came out. Like the day it was available on PC, I had it in my Steam library. And I went on multiplayer and I sat there for like 5 minutes and I did not get a match. Like, nobody was playing that game multiplayer. It was actually insane. I've never seen a game die that hard, that fast in multiplayer. And the worst part is, a lot of the stuff they fucked up about the base game was to improve balancing for multiplayer. Like, the weird like MOBA style skill system and the way that they balanced all the parts was for PvP. and then no one played the game PvP, so it was kind of pointless. It's weird how in the absence of good games to enjoy, we found enjoyments in ridiculing bad games. No, I mean, there's good games out there, just fun to roast the bad ones too. There's always going to be good games out there. I've been playing Mass Builder a lot recently. It's basically just a better version of New Gundam Breaker. You can build pretty much anything you want with it, and it's a lot of fun. The gameplay is pretty fun too. It has a lot of the elements of the older pre-New Gundam Breaker games, where you could like switch between weapons on the fly, so you can have a bunch of different melee weapons or a bunch of different ranged weapons equipped and switch between them. You have missile pods, you have like these support funnels. It's a really fun game with a lot of customization options. The only thing I really don't like about it is the enemies you're fighting are like these super generic kind of pseudo Pacific Rim looking kaiju, and that's all you're fighting, or at least all you're fighting as far as I am in the campaign, which I'm not. I'm a little disappointed by. I was hoping to see some more mech on mech action, but for the most part, it's a really fun game, and I definitely like the way the developers are taking it. It's still in early access. I was gonna wait originally until it came out in full, but I decided to cave and get it, and it's been a really fun experience. New Gundam Breaker, Kill Gundam Breaker. I mean, we got the mobile game after New Gundam Breaker, and that did pretty well, although it did eventually get shut down. But I'm actually kind of glad that Gundam Breaker Mobile got shut down, because as long as that mobile game was running and making money for Bandai, there was no possible way they'd be making another console Breaker game. So now that Gundam Breaker Mobile has reached its end of life, we actually have a real chance of getting a new Breaker game now. So that's got me really excited. All it takes is one bad game. Same with Gear's Greed. Yeah, man, what happened to Gear's Greed? Like, I used to see so many of those, and now you just don't. I think the last one came out on the PSP or something. Last game I'd call objectively good I've played is Nier Automata. I mean, yeah, Nier Automata is definitely objectively good by almost any standards. It's getting shut down, not dead. Yeah, I know it's not dead yet, but its death has been announced. It is effectively as good as dead in terms of, from like a company standpoint. If there's anything they're working on after it, they're already working on it at this point, so the project is basically as good as dead. Anyways, which arm is this? This is the right arm, so we want the thumb on this side, and the little flimbles need to be cleaned off. Played the hell out of GBM. Yeah, it seemed reasonably fun. It's just that whenever I was doing the gacha stuff, I'd just be sitting there thinking, man, I could just, as much as New Gundam Breaker sucks, everything that I'm like rolling for in the gacha, I could just get by playing the actual game. So I played New Gundam Breaker until I got bored of it, and then I downloaded 100% save to unlock everything, and I just use it as a character customizer, which is honestly the only thing you really should be using it for, because the actual gameplay for combat is so bad that it's not even funny. It is just unbelievable, especially going back and playing Breaker 2 and 3. It is unbelievable how badly they screwed up just everything about how the gameplay feels in New Gundam Breaker. It's really, really unpleasant. Unless my Seed EZ8 and hypothetical third Seed series main Gundam in GBM. I mean, you could... I mean, I guess it depends on the parts you use. I was going to say you could rebuild it in Gundam Breaker, like Gundam Breaker 3 or New Gundam Breaker, but that's not necessarily the case, because there were a lot of units that were exclusive to Breaker Mobile because of how long it ran for. And hopefully all those units get ported over to whatever Breaker game we get next. Worst case scenario, though, there is a very in-depth customizer and mass builder, so you could always use that to recreate it. Although it would be a lot more work because you have to work with like the basic like polygon shapes. The way mass builder works is you do have some generic mecha parts you can customize, but they also give you a whole bunch of builders parts and way more slots than you get with Gundam Breaker, so you can just go nuts and basically scratch build anything from Gundam. We are likely getting a third Seed main Gundam. Oh yeah, there's that new Project Ignited thing coming out. That is true. I'll probably use new parts, fresh look. Yeah, you could definitely redesign it in a different game. Okay, so on this side, we want to orient it this way, with this piece pointed down. I wonder what Silver Phantom and Requiem are. Yeah, I saw those I guess they were trademark filings too. I don't really know what to make of them. Requiem is 100% the live action movie. It only being called Gundam plus the logo is very Western live action. I mean, it wouldn't be just called Gundam, it would be called Gundam Requiem for Finn. Oh, unless you mean just called Gundam instead of Mobile Suit Gundam. Yeah, that would be very Western. I was imagining that the Gundam movie would just be called Gundam, because Gundam is so niche in America that, like, they would probably not subtitle it, they would just name it as its own standalone thing. Like, again, I'm comparing it to the Knights of the Zodiac movie again, because that feels to me like a very similar tier of movie to what we'll probably get. They didn't call it, Knights of the Zodiac Revenge or something, they just called it Knights of the Zodiac. And I feel like with Gundam, they would do that as well, where they literally just call the movie Gundam. Didn't 00 get a third season greenlit? No. The only things we got announced for 00 were during the 10th anniversary. They had a stage play, and there was like an audio drama or something. We never got a third season greenlit. There was never any plans to make more of the 00 TV show. No, it was called Gundam 00 because it was a visual representation of the chests of all the female characters in the show. Also the twin drive system. Probably the twin drive system more so. A 00F, yeah, 00F adaptation wouldn't be season 3, that would just be a side story. And unfortunately with Gundam, we pretty much never get anime adaptations of side stories. Like, I guess we have like Hathaway and Unicorn, but when it comes to stuff like Estrella or Astray, not Estrella, but like 00F or Astray or Crossbone, like those big popular side stories, I feel like Bandai just has no interest whatsoever in making those as anime. Okay, let's see how we get the rest of these arms to go together. So 15, 16, 17 from the D-Runner. Okay, well this is clearly not the D-Runner because those are skirt pieces. A lot of the sides... Well, yeah, but they're cool. Well, I guess maybe if they animated them, more people would actually read the story and realize that they're not good, but there's stuff that's kind of cool about them. Like, Astray was neat. I honestly liked Astray way more than the actual Gundam anime. Or the Gundam Seed anime, rather. And not just because they fixed the whole Kira surviving the strike explosion thing. Like, in general, the characters and the characters and everything were just so much more likable in Seed Astray. Didn't have all the stupid teenage relationship melodrama in it. The two new Gundam things that trademark in Italy, there's literally no point in them trademarking American. Well, it matters if they're releasing internationally, Dipper. Like, the only ones that got leaked were the ones from the European Trade Office, but they could have trademarked it in a bunch of different countries, and that's just the one that got leaked. Different countries also have different rules about what they disclose regarding those things, so they might have filed it in some other countries as well that just don't have a public catalog for their trademarks. If I were to make a Gundam series about side stories, I'd take the PS3 Missing Link approach and combine them into an anthology. Yeah, that could be kind of cool, like a little OVA series. Stray's fine, but it gets worse. Yeah, I'm talking about like original Astray. Like the Junk Guild has a fucking super weapon Genesis system level of bad. Goddamn Gohola people exist in Astray. I don't know what Gohola people are. I'm gonna hope that's not like a racial slur or something. Come on, there you go. Where's the A? What A piece? A26. Okay. It's just another white piece. Mate, you saw the YouTube 3D novel of 00 thing is so bad they actually put the non-canon thing in the stage play and made it official now. Yeah, my least favorite thing about the 00 canon right now is all the random ass, like, reshufflings of parts from the Setsuna Gundams that we're getting just so they can make metal builds. Like, yes, the point of, like, these side stories has always been to sell more merch, but so many of these designs that they're making for this, like, 00 another story or whatever it's called, so many of them are so transparently just made for the metal build line that it feels really, really dumb. It's like they're just shoehorning in all these different variants for the Setsuna suits just so they can make a single figure of them. Because you know they're never going to make like a model kit of that new Estrella they just announced. Like, that's not going to happen. It's just going to be that weird random one-off metal build figure. Oh, Gola's from Dune. Okay. I don't remember anyone being called that in Dune, but I kind of sort of might have fallen asleep during the movie, so I could have missed it. And it was a good movie, mind you. I didn't fall asleep because of the movie. I just happened to fall asleep while watching it because I didn't realize how long it was, so I started it a lot later at night than I really should have. And I never got around to finishing it the next morning. It's all specifically metal, but yeah, exactly. It feels so much more like toy commercially when it's specifically focused on a single line and not just making general mecha designs. Because they don't even really feel like they fit in well with the lore of 00. It's just like a bunch of random kit bashes made canon. They'd almost fit better as build designs than anything else. They literally teased the iGundam Exia and the iGundam Dynames just to make the red color with a Jinx face for the metal build in the future. Yeah, it's like the same like 4 kits over and over that they just shuffle around parts on. It's so lazy. Oh, it's a thing that's introduced in book 2. Okay. I didn't know if it was like a name for like the Sand People or something. Riku, you'd probably like Dune based off the stuff that you've talked about enjoying. Graham finally getting the Exia is pretty epic though. Exia R4, best looking one, asymmetry Exia. It's kind of ugly. Like, all of those feel so like, it's like, it feels cheap. It's like those, it kind of reminds me of like those movie Kamen Riders where their costume is just a bunch of random pieces from the show just recolored and kind of slapped together. It gives it that kind of cheap feel to it, which I'm not really a fan of. No, the Abdul never got anything. Yeah, I'm a VTuber now, Hobo. Gundam Abdul is literally, it basically is a Macross unit, yeah. Sure I would, my mom is the book. Yeah, your mom does sound based AF. You should read it. It's interesting how such a apparently big piece of like sci-fi pop culture didn't really make it into the mainstream until just now, but the movies really seem to be doing a lot for it. Fave manga is Where Federation Hooligans. I've heard of that one. I haven't read it yet. That one and Katana I really want to read. And definitely not just because the Domo's in Katana. Well, you're right. I love the gray arm of XCR4 pretty much. Yeah, it's very kit bashy. I feel like if Graham was to get an XC, I'd want it to be a bit more uniquely him than just a kit bash of existing parts. All right, let's build some forearm. Except these are all very similar pieces, and I cut them all off at once, so I don't know where these go. We're just gonna feel around and have a good time figuring everything out. Oh, yeah, this one's okay. So this one's rounded off there, so pretty sure it goes in first, right? Right? Wait a minute. Yeah, this looks like it fits, but it also doesn't fit. One of life's mysteries. Okay, so this goes on the back, right? No, that's wrong. This goes on the front. So it's got a little bit of the real grade style multi-shade, I think, going on with the white. I think I can't tell if I'm like let me see this in. Nope, it's definitely multi-shade. There's definitely some multi-shade color going on here. On Kamen Rider, Shin Kamen Rider's in theaters right now. I was wondering when that was going to come out. I heard a lot about it, but I haven't seen it yet. Obviously, it's going to take a while until it's available to see outside of Japanese theaters. I want to give it a watch, though. It's been a really long time since I've seen Kamen Rider, but I did enjoy some of the Heisei era stuff. I like Double. I think I watched O's as well. I watched Den-O. I watched Decade. That one was not as great. Oh yeah, and Gaim. Gaim was freaking awesome. Dune didn't really do it for me. Maybe the book's the way. Maybe. If you like sci-fi books, you should probably read it. Katana's the sequel. Yeah, Katana's the sequel to Federation Hooligans. She's a day one. May the force be with you button. Oh, nice. That's cool. You need star power to make a thing like Dune appeal to young audience. Zendaya, Timothy. Yeah, they definitely had the actors to pull in an audience for something like that. The aesthetic design of it is really cool too. Like just the way all the like vehicles and everything are designed. It's got a very unique look to it. I feel like it's one of those movies that's gonna like influence another generation of filmmakers to base their own ideas off of it. O's, yeah, O's was pretty fun. Need the figure eyes. Wait, I lost. There we go. I need the figure eyes of that. I collected every figure eyes rider until I moved to Canada, and they're just, yeah, they're expensive. I'm assuming you guys all saw that community post that I made of the god-awful sticker sheets from the wizard figure eyes, right? Like, my god, the entirety of his like cloak pieces, they're black on the outside, and then they have silver trim, and then they're red on the inside. The pieces of plastic are black. Everything else that I just said is a sticker. The entire inside surface is a red sticker. The entirety of the silver trim is a silver sticker. It looks unbelievably just... God, why would they even do that? And yes, it does have stickers for the bottoms of the feet as well. I'm only mentioning it now because I know someone else will if I don't. And apparently I was too late because Kat already mentioned them anyways. Wasn't Master... Yes, Masked Rider was based on Kamen Rider Black RX. They definitely butchered it a bit, but it was technically based off of it. The original Kamen Rider Black is pretty fun. I've watched a few episodes of it. I don't usually watch the Showa era stuff, but that one was pretty cool. To be fair, on Figurized Wizard, I don't know how you'd make parts. I would say probably pre-paint them. Honestly, when it comes to Wizard, I would kind of rather just get the figure art for him anyways, because it's got those awesome cloth goods pieces for the cloak, and they've got like bendy wire in them, so you can just kind of pose them wherever you want. For some of those Kamen Riders, the Figurized are a nice alternative if the figures are like really like rare or hard to find. But with us just having gotten the Figurized, or with us just having gotten the figure art of Wizard, I feel like there's not as much draw for the Figurized. Hell are they trying to communicate? Oh, I see. Rotate the joint up out of the way so it what? No, that doesn't... What the hell am I supposed to do here? These are the most confusing instructions. So 1, 2... Stick it where? Stick it in here? Oh, stick it in the back. Yeah, man, the perspective on some of these shots in this manual is so weird. There's times where it looks like they're pointing to the side of the part, but it's actually the back, or the front, but it's the side. Because everything's so like smoothed and rounded off that you can't like get a good reference point for what direction exactly some of these pieces are facing. Yeah, Black RX 178. Riku, difference between what? Between Masked Rider and Kamen Rider Black, or between Figurized and Figuarts? Because the difference between Masked Rider and Kamen Rider Black is they're two completely different shows. Like, the whole, like, Furbus thing, that did not exist in Kamen Rider Black. It's literally an entirely different TV show. I also feel like it's hard to hold the standard of a Figurized to say a Gundam because the way they're designed. Yeah, model kits are not really conducive to making like human characters. They definitely try it, but I feel like it's not their strength. At least with Kamen Rider, I feel like they turn out the best of any of them just because they're such armored characters that they can kind of get away with it. Same thing with like the Ultraman designs. Wow, this piece does not want to go in. Man. And yeah, those new figure arts, that Senchoku Sochihaku line or whatever, the ones that are in like the fancy iPhone boxes that slide open, those things are just so expensive. It is unbelievable. And it's frustrating because there's some gorgeous looking figures, but I'm not paying like, you know, $90 to $200 for a figure. Like I was looking up Kamen Rider Eternal because I wanted to get an Eternal to go with my double, and it's like a $300 figure on the Japanese aftermarket. I've never seen a figure go for that much before, at least not in the Figuarts line. And of course the old one's a lot cheaper, but that one's got all wacky proportions. I can't believe how lucky I was that I got my SH Figuarts Agito renewal on HOJ, and they were having a clearance sale, and this was before everyone was like on the hype train for the new renewal figures. So I got one. I guess they must have like massively overordered them or something, because I got one for like $12 freaking. And as the further I go on, I'm like, man, I am so glad I picked that up when I did, because that's like literally goes for around 10 times as much nowadays. Showa and Heisei. Oh yeah, so Showa and Heisei are like the Japanese calendar. They measure things based off of the reign of different emperors. So like Showa, Heisei, Reiwa, those are different eras of history. So the Showa era is from, I think, like the 1970s through the 1990s, and then the Heisei era starts in the early 90s and then goes up to 2020, and the Reiwa era is from 2020 to present. So when I say Showa and Heisei, that's talking about different eras of Kamen Rider. So Showa is the older shows, Heisei is the 2000 stuff, and then Reiwa is the really modern shows. Mecha Musume cheats by using mecha parts. Yeah, they kind of do, but they still have human bits. Some instructions on military kits are so hilariously awful that it's genuinely easier to just build without them. Oh yeah, I believe it. Show and Heisei are eras that are thing outside Kamen Rider. Yeah, the two places you're going to see it the most as a foreigner are probably in Kamen Rider and Godzilla, because those get referred to a lot by their different eras. The reason Figurize purchases they aren't nearly as scalped as... Yeah, exactly. They're like the pity alternative to SH Figuarts. It's less because the kits are amazing and more because they're the only reasonable option left. Yeah, pretty much. I know about the eras connected to the Japanese Emperor reigns. Yep. Is Kamen Rider like Godzilla? And it's no. It's not a different timeline. They're all. It's like Power Rangers, where every show is basically its own separate thing, and there's not really much connecting them. But there are like crossover movies and stuff. The era is just referring to like older shows versus newer shows. There's no like continuity stuff involving it. They're either all in their separate continuity or all in the same continuity, depending on which is more convenient for the writers. This is like the 4th time that I've had to like use superhuman force to try and get pieces together on this kit. Even with newer kits, I'm talking literally just released, on some there are more list labeled parts than correctly labeled ones. Yeah, I mean, at that point they might as well just include like a QR code to a YouTube video of someone building the model at that point. Would probably be easier to follow. Oh my god, is that all there was to it? Okay, I might be a little bit stupid. So, I didn't remove the nub that was on the side of the peg, and it was making it physically larger than it would have to be to actually fit. Come on. Except apparently, that wasn't the only problem, because it still won't fit. Probably get Figurize Wizard in spite of the issues just because it's the only reasonable option left. Yeah, honestly, the old SH Figuarts Wizard isn't that bad if you can pick it up. I have the Flame Dragon version, and it's a pretty awesome looking figure. Although if you're really particular about specifically having like the proportions and styling of the newer SS figures, it's definitely going to not perfectly fit in with them. Although for some of them, honestly, I would probably just go with the old one. Like I was comparing the old and new Figuarts for Xeranos, and honestly, I didn't see that much of a difference. Like I would be perfectly fine just picking up the old one. You saw the newly announced HD IBO Otelinde? I don't think I did. I think I've heard people use the Heisei and Showa terms for Sentai Riku. And yeah, I'm gonna have to check my muscle. It's not even muscle gains, it's more so finger calluses. My fingers are either gonna be sore or tougher than the surface of the earth after I finish building this kit. Like this is actual like bootleg level part fitment. Holy crap. You know what? Maybe you shouldn't get the MJH kit, because if this is how badly the official Bandai kit goes together, who knows how bad the bootleg's gonna be. Who knows, man. I'm about a minute away from just cutting the tabs off and gluing these damn things on. I'd much rather apply stickers over the proportions of old SHF. I grew up with the old SHF figures, so they don't really bother me as much, but they are a little bit weird compared to modern figures. Based on experience, scale. Oh, are they a different scale now? Wait a minute, hang on. I've got the renewal of Agito, and I've got the original G3X, and they seem like they pretty much scale together as they're supposed to. Although G3X wasn't a super old figure when the renewal came out. Oh, just announced like 13 minutes ago. Okay, so yeah, new IBO kit, I guess. That was the Valkyrie frame, right? The one with the bow and arrow. All right, time to use the power of the table to get these pieces to connect, and apparently that's what I had to do the whole time because that just went together like butter. Oh, it's P Bandai. Of course, it's P Bandai. One of them went together okay. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to check the old Tilde live on stream now because you guys are hyping it up and making it sound cool. Good training for building the MJH. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if this is a kit you'd want to build twice though. I think the plastic is literally bending before it's actually pushing itself into position. Yeah, this is, you know what? I'm going to just go ahead and say it. This might be the worst build experience that I've had from a modern Bandai kit. This is actually impressively bad. Like, holy crap. I should not have had to force those in that hard. Okay, anyways, 15 minutes later, let's move on to step 2. Imagine building the high-res god with the art. Hey, I bought this like 4 years ago, okay? I'm just now getting around to building it. Maybe I'll build the real grade in another 5 years. I remember at the start of the stream, I said this was a good alternative to the real grade if you want a 1/100 scale God Gundam, and I don't know if I actually hold that opinion anymore. It feels like with every step of this build, I'm like, oh. Like it's probably gonna look cool when it's done, but my expectations for this were so much higher when I started than they are right now. 2.2 thousand yen for an HJBO kit. Yeah, I mean, that's P Bandai. Old SHF are shorter by a centimeter. Hang on. Let me go check. They are a little bit. They are a little bit, but I figured that was just a difference in height between the characters. Honestly, it doesn't look that bad once you have them all on a shelf together. Yeah, I'm gonna check that. I'm gonna check that link right now and see if I can pull it up on stream. Possibly. Oh wait, never mind. That's the Thai hentai. I don't want to pull that up. Hang on. Wrong thing. Okay. Where was it posted? Here we go. News. Yeah, clicking DMs from Dipper is always a risky proposition. Okay, yeah, it's this one. It's an alright looking kit. Like it's cool for an IBO kit. I don't know if I'd pay 2,200 yen for it though. Not when you get P-Bandai tax. Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be like it's probably gonna be closer to $26 or $27 in the US plus shipping. So after tax and shipping, you're looking at almost $40 for that. S, the kid is training your hands to the strength level. Don't. Yeah, I'm gonna be able to crush concrete in my hands by the time this is done. Like, not even as a joke. I think this is going to make my hands physically stronger than they were when I started. Oh no. I should clarify. It's not feet hentai. I don't think. I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. Maybe it is. It was the Thai-made hentai that he was talking about earlier in the stream. He sent me a link to it, and I forgot I asked him to do that, and I very nearly opened that instead of the Otilde link. Yeah, God Gundam, more like, oh my god, why won't this kit go together properly, Gundam? Kanata level strength. Yeah, this is my anime training arc, is building the God Gundam. Okay, so we got hands, and then we got shoulders. What time is? Oh god, it's already been 3.5 hours. Crap. I am not going to be able to finish this tonight. I really wanted to, but when I flipped through the manual and thought, oh, this will take me like 2 hours to do, I wasn't expecting I would have to spend 20 minutes pressing each piece into place. So that definitely skewed my perception for how long this build was going to take. Exter is more of an armpit specialist. I see, okay. Honestly, armpits, I can kind of, I don't like armpit, but I can kind of respect it. Like, it's like, I get it, I understand it, you know? 2S, you understand the chat's goal will now be baiting you into clicking links to... It better not be. It better not be. So you serious about staying up 8 hours to stream? I don't know anymore, because I thought building this would be fun. I thought it'd be like, oh, we're just going to snap together a few pieces. We're going to have this nice little end result. We can laugh and joke about feet a bit. It'll be a good time. It'll be a fun time. In the last 20 minutes, I have placed 4 pieces on this model. 2 of them required me to press the model into the table with as much strength as I could put into it without physically breaking something in order to get them into place. That is not the experience that I signed up for when I was building this kit. It is probably going to look pretty cool when it's done, though, so... We'll see. It's not really surprised the new Val... Oh, the, Oh, new Valks and Valkyria frame. Okay, I thought you were talking about a Macross kit, and I was like, wait, what? I thought all the Macross stuff we were getting was retail. No, Manpig, not like the Toho character armpits, but like in general. Okay. God, how do I put this? Okay, hear me out. So the armpit thing, right? I don't care about the armpits themselves, but, you know, sometimes if the arms are lifted up in a way that exposes the armpits because of body mechanics and how skin and muscle are attached to each other, a lot of times it kind of makes the chest sort of lift up and kind of perk up a bit in a very aesthetically pleasing way. So while I don't like the armpits themselves, I do appreciate the consequences of the armpit poses. That's the best way I can put it. I'm aware of Toho Riku. If we start getting PBNI Macross Cartel Cry, I mean, as far as I understand, like 99% of the mecha from that series are repaints of each other, so we probably are going to get some PBNI at some point. Imagine if a high-res model Devil Gundam gets released with the same... Oh god, that'd be miserable. I will not... Look, you probably shouldn't, Jose. I just threw it out there in case anyone wanted to know it. Am I a sweater? Okay. Number 1, I hate that question. Number 2, I hate both of those answers. I'm gonna go with sweat, though, just because I really don't like hair. Also, the sweat means she's, like, very, very active, and I like that. I like that. Yeah, exactly, Rico. I like the result. And yeah, I've listened to some of the music from Toho. It's pretty good. And I'm familiar with some of the characters. I watched the Toho anime, the one that, the fan-made one, so I know literally nothing about the series after having watched it. I was like, oh, maybe I'll learn a little bit about the lore after watching this anime. Nope, I still have no clue what's going on because that anime does not explain anything. It's mostly just, hey, here's the characters, they do fun things together. And honestly, for like a fan-made project, it's incredible, but it's definitely not like, hey, here's an introduction to the Toho Project series. RG God saved everyone from high-res problems. Fingers crossed for RGG Gundam boy band team to come out now. Oh yeah. I would say it's not even a contest. Go with the real grade. I'm so amused. I started the stream, I was like, hey, I'm going to talk about this kit and why it's still pretty cool, and even if the real grade's out now, there's still a place for this kit. I don't think I've had my opinion on a kit turn around this hard during a stream. I don't hate this model. but boy oh boy is it so much lower than it was when I started. If you want to get a God Gundam, just get the real grade. Just get the real grade at this point. I really don't know if I would recommend this kit at this point. Waited on my... Hey, they're not feeding issues, they're fitment issues, okay? Get it right. That's an important distinction to make. The sweat came from building the high-res God Gundam. Yeah, I mean, that's not even a joke. My hands are literally sweating. My palms, my fingers, they are actually sticky. This kid is literally making me sweat. This channel is getting more degen by the second. Hey, I try to keep it on track, but I don't make any promises. The anime is an abridged adaptation of the games. Okay, that makes sense. Touhou's a story about an alternate world called Gensokyo filled with yokai. Yeah, that's about as much as I grasped from it. It seemed like mostly just a setting with characters more so than like an overarching plot. Also, I learned recently that the original PC-98 games for Touhou apparently go for tens of thousands of dollars. Memories of Phantasm, that's got almost as much more as the actual games they're almost as much lore as the games they're based on. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what I watched. I mean, I don't think there's more than one Touhou anime. 2S started this day as, I'm gonna have a nice and professional and civil stream. Turns entirely into a disaster and he's out as having armpit. Hey! I already explained myself. The consequences of the armpit are superior to the armpit itself. The plot of Touhou is basically there's a lot of crazy yokai out there and someone has to beat them. Yeah, it seemed like kind of like a fighting game plot, sort of, where it's not really like a story. It's kind of just a reason for a bunch of characters to fight. Touhou is 95%. Oh yeah, I've seen the fandom. They are built different. There are many Touhou. Okay, I was watching the fan-made one that I assumed at the time was the only one, but clearly there are more. How did we... Hang on, let me just scroll up the chat real quick so I can remind myself how we got onto this topic. I know it had something to do with armpits, but where did they come from, right? Like, how did this start? Touhou... Honestly, I have literally no idea how I started on the... I don't even know how the armpit topic came up. Okay, I hope I didn't bring it up myself. Some of them are unironically really professional. Oh yeah, I know. 2S snuck armpits into his avatar and he's... Hey, his arms... My arms are completely down in the avatar, okay? You cannot see any armpit. I'm wearing a jacket, my arms are down, and they're gonna stay that way. If you haven't seen Touhou Muso Kakyo, please do record this. I'll have to check that out. Oh, it's because of the Touhou talk, yeah. Touhou and armpits are linked closely together. Yes, they are. I'm familiar with the Reimu art. What next? Knee pit near the... No, knee pit... It's not even a pit. It's just skin on the back of the leg. There's really nothing interesting there. Okay, so the old Tulinde is White Valkyrie suit, probably by someone named... Wait, what? No. They did not name someone Jizzle Jizzin. Holy crap. You do not get to make fun of me for my armpit and feet comments, while there are people on this earth that name their characters Jizzle Jizzin, okay? That is so much on a different level than me that I don't want to hear anything from you guys about my weird shit ever again. Look, I trust you, man, but I have to look that up on the wiki. Let me see. It just got a kit release, so it's probably a trending page. I'm gonna start typing this into the search bar, and it better not come up. Jizz. Oh my god. It does. Yep. Jizzle Jizzin. He is a bald black man with a beard, and that's the only picture of him on the entire site. Wouldn't believe it, but we already have... Yeah, we do have Quattro Vagina and full frontal, don't we? Well, you know what? Now we have a full Tri-Fighters team. The Holy Trinity. Jizzle. Like, one of those two names would be bad enough, but they had to give one character both of them. If 2S manages to make it to the end of the year without stopping for another half year, we need to have a compilation. No, we do not. And Jizzle Jizzin does not count as one of those fetishes. That's just a man with a terrible name. You know what? Hang on. Let me go back and I need to grab an asset for the stream real quick. J, I can't believe I can type this order of letters into the Gundam Wiki search engine and get a result. But J-I-Z, and then let me just go to this real. Please don't be a WebP. God damn it, it's a fucking... Man, fuck whoever came up with a WebP format. And their stupid BS that's compatible with literally nothing. Literally nothing. Nothing is made better by using WebP. Hang on. Let me go to my downloads. There we go. So... we're gonna keep Mr. Jizzle here as a co-host on this stream. So he's going down here. I'm gonna just move him back a bit, scale him down a little further. There we go. Hang on, should I give him a name tag? I'm gonna try and give him a name tag. No, the text is gonna be too small. I'll just have like an arrow pointing to him or something. Yeah, his parents hated him, and like whatever ancestor he got his last name from apparently hated his bloodline as well. The team managed by, oh god, I forgot about Jamatov Hyman. They're like the Egyptian god cards are perfect name. Yeah, exactly. Too bad IBO box art isn't like HGC box art. Next stream, 2S is gonna say he has a thing for eyebrows. No, I can promise you, I do not have a thing for eyebrows. That pause, do not look into that pause, please. I think we have found literally the worst name of a fictional character. Yes, we have. I say Fast Cider, Josh Offshore, Brave God are pretty bad. But it's not Jizzle though. Hang on, let me make sure I get the spelling right because I don't want to get it wrong. Jizzle Jizzin. Okay. Okay, so add text to scene. Text item name Jizz. Okay. Text is Jizzle Jizzin. Okay, and I'm gonna make the color something that we can actually see on stream. Let's do like a nice red. There we go. Maybe give it a drop shadow. Can I do drop shadows? I can do an outline. There we go. I'll make the outline a little bit bigger. There we go. And there we are. Let's see if I could add an arrow. We gotta have that YouTuber red arrow pointing to the man himself. And I think I have an arrow. I have like a whole folder of thumbnail assets, and I think I have a suitable red arrow in it, so I can just jump into my assets folder. I believe that's in my pictures. Yes, video assets. Okay, here we go. Nope. Ah, shit. I didn't mean to move that. There we go. Nope. Select the arrow. There you go. Nope. Nope. Select the arrow. There you go. And now I want to... Why can I not rotate the arrow? Okay, fine. I'll put it back this way then, and I'll just move it over. Like that. And then I'll move the text. Like there. There. There we go. And I think I'll go back to the text, and I will give it a little bit more of an outline, so you can actually see it. There we go. All right. So there's Jizzle Jizzin. He's dead after all. Well. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. It just went... Yeah, but it's funnier this way, though. Please make a short video for this segment, The Glory of the Man. Maybe... You know what? I probably will have to. I'm honestly... As cursed as this stream has become... I'm glad it happened, because otherwise this would have been a really dull stream of me sitting here being underwhelmed by the God Gundam. So, Jizzle Jizzin is literally the savior of this stream. Him and Armpits. Inseparable duo, going around saving streams all over YouTube. You sure spending a lot of time on Mr. Jizz when you aren't sure you're going to stream more? Hey! You know what? Sometimes you see a man, you see an old friend, and you think you're about to leave the event, and it just pumps a little bit of extra life back into you, you know? And I see old Jizzle Jizzin, and I just want to hang out for a bit longer, you know? It's giving me the motivation to continue. Also, I'm really hoping that next time I do a build stream, I forget that I changed my OBS layout to this, and I'm just blasting. Nope, hang on. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. I hope I see just Jizzle. No. Oh my god, there's no good way to say this. There's no possible way to phrase this in a way that doesn't sound terrible. Holy shit, I actually can't say this in any way that doesn't sound weird. I'm expecting to be surprised. I'm gonna open OBS and I'm gonna see Jizzle Jizzin. I'm trying to find a way to phrase this that doesn't involve the words explode, surprise, or in my face, and I can't do it. But Jizzle Jizzin's gonna be there, that's all I can say. It's yeah, this is literally the biggest dickus of Gundam. On a more serious note, the reason why Otolinde is 2,200 yen might be because of the color separation. I mean, provided it has decent color separation, yeah. There is genuinely no good way to phrase what I was trying to say. There literally wasn't. I went through every possible combination of words, and there was not a single one that didn't sound incredibly cursed. I was like, man, I'm gonna open the stream and I'm just gonna get hit in the face with, wait, no, can't say that. They're just gonna explode. Wait, no, can't say that. There's no good words you can use to describe the act of opening OBS and being surprised by jizzle jizzin. There are no words in the English language that could describe that in a safe way. Could have said his name right. The name's Jizzin. Jizzle Jizzin. You know what? If there were Bond boys instead of Bond girls, you know one of them would be named Jizzle Jizzin. That is a Bond boy name. Imagine if Gecko gets a dub. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna handle that if they do a dub. Hey, Ragey, sometimes the worst of streams are also the best of streams. You can never tell. See, the problem with this stream now is that I'm laughing and I'm incredibly amused by what's happening on stream. And because of that, I have lost about 40% of the muscle strength in my body from laughter. So I'm not sure if I am physically capable of building the God Gundam anymore. I literally need every bit of strength I can get to build this kit. And anything that compromises my strength will affect my ability to build it. At this 2S is his own shark clone, he tries to do good, and then the VTuber in him with the mask says, but what about feet, armpits, and the Jissinator? And imagine the face of the poor VAs who inevitably one of them has to say it. Imagine like a sad death scene for him, and like one of the other characters has to just like emotionally scream out his name at the top of his lungs. Who approved this and where can I shake their hand? I don't know, man. Japanese people be wild. Actual career ruining moment. Let me see if I can. No. They're not going to cross over far enough. He does have rotations above and below his elbow, which is kind of neat. To bring up literally anything that's not jizzle or armpits. Let's see. He's got lots of articulation. Although given the way this stream is going, I probably should not put him in that pose. Yes, Josie, we are jizzing in here. You picked probably the worst time to come back to the stream because you were in a post jizzle world without the jizzin context. So, not the best time to join a stream. Imagine being in a VA and you apply for a role and they tell you, "Oh yeah, so your name's gonna be Jizzin." Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess cheeks are kind of all he has because there's nothing behind them. He just has the 2 plates. I feel like it's become a rule now that if any Channel 2S stream goes over 3 hours, that is now the danger zone. And something is guaranteed to happen that will both A, make the stream go on for another hour past when it was supposed to end, and B, just absolutely curse the rest of the stream. Yes, we are now in a post-Jizzin world, big boy. Wait, is it Jizzin or Jizzle? I actually can't keep it straight now. It's Jizzin. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, oh god, that's right. It's both. It's his first name and his last name, of course. They picked the 2 possible worst words you could make out of these letters, and they put both of them in this man's name. Every day that I choose to stream is simultaneously guaranteed to be the best and worst choice that I make that day. I don't know what it is about you people, but you just bring out the worst in me. Thank you. Thank you so much. It isn't a 2S stream if we don't have a Bionicle tangent when you say something abhorrent. Yes. I don't know how it's happened, but we've somehow replaced the Bionicles with weird fetishes. And honestly, I'm kind of missing the Bionicles. Because Bionicles may have feet, but at least they don't have armpits. History will now be divided into before Jizzle and after Jizzle. We are now in the post-Jizzle world. Okay. I wonder if I put this guy's name in my next stream title, will I get demonetized? Maybe if I spell it with a 1Z, I think I'll be okay. I think I might be okay. HGHA. Oh my god, it is. If this channel ever takes off and I get to the point where I am making Plummo merch, you better believe we're getting HGHA merch. That is going to happen. Mark my words. Mega House announced Soletta and Witch from Mercury 1140. Oh yeah, I saw that. The little the container that opens with like the little finger doors. Yeah, the containers from the duels. That's Mega House has done that before with some of the different ship hangers. Yeah, exactly. It's a. Yeah, I forgot about that, but yes, the jizz is in fact a genre of music in the Star Wars universe. And not even some weird niche thing from the expanded universe either. It's right there in the movie. All over the screen. That cantina scene, man. They're called jizz whalers for a reason, and honestly, that combination of 2 words is quite frankly worse than the name of the music on its own. And yeah, I feel so weird when I engage in normal conversation after one of these tangents, but yes, the Mega House hanger is probably going to be a little on the expensive side. Their stuff usually is. I'm struggling so hard to build the RGXia because I keep laughing. I mean, pay attention, man. There's some pegs on those upper arms that are very easy to accidentally cut off. I literally knew. I knew when I was going in to build that kit that those were easy to cut off because a friend of mine did it on his kit, and I still came so close to doing it because they look exactly like nubs. The kit box we need. Oh, tilde jizzle custom. I know, and the worst part is the IBO boxes don't have character portraits on them anymore. So we'll never be able to see Jizzle's beautiful face staring back at us from the hobby store shelf, and that is just an absolute crime. Our man deserves better. Currently working on a Robbie robot kit that should be in the mail in a few days from a company called... Oh yeah, the Forbidden Planet robot. Don't worry, I'm very used to... Yeah, I figured that you'd be used to it by now. And yeah, Jesse, it was right in the first movie. They just hit you with it right off the bat. It's not even that far in the movie too. It's right there in the cantina scene. Yeah, Forbidden Planet. I've seen that movie. It was astoundingly uninteresting movie. Like, I thought with like how iconic Robbie the Robot is that the movie would be decent, but it really isn't. Like, there's a reason that the only thing people remember from that movie is the robot. Also, I think the robot might have been like reused for some other movies or something. Like, I feel like I've heard something about like other movies also featuring Robbie in them. And not as like a cameo or reference, but them just like straight up reusing the costume. I was thinking of buying another RGXia as I felt my build for the previous was terrible. Yeah, I've considered doing that before for some of my older kits. I like to think that when 2S goes to work, he accidentally lets the stream affect him. He just starts referencing feet, armpits, and jizzing so people think he's insane. I try to keep my stream persona concentrated on the streams and not let it slip. I really do my best in that regard. The Michelin Man looked better than Robbie the Robot, not gonna lie. I mean, Robbie's got some charm to him. I think a lot of the charm comes from the lights and the moving parts, so I'm not sure how you'd capture that with a model kit. Alright, I'm gonna get him off his knees. This is getting weird. I don't know what it is, man, but okay, first of all, my mouth isn't moving. I don't know how long that's been the case for, but for some reason, there's something about the VTuber avatar. But literally, because you have to remember, the stream where all this foot crap started, and no, that's not another one of my fetishes, nor is feet, that's not one either. When all of this started was literally the stream that I started using a VTuber avatar. And now that I've started, it's only going downhill. Tuaz has a phone call for his mom and says, oh yeah, I'm just hanging out talking about jizzing. Do I like 1950s sci-fi robots? Not really that familiar with them, but they're okay. Welcome to the rest of your life. Yeah, I think I'm starting to think it is going to be Riku. I'm starting to think this is my lot in life now. I am the feet, armpits, and jizzin' guy. Well, I loved this stream. I had a great time. Unfortunately, I cannot sustain myself on Plamo and Jizzle alone. I do have to go eat some food, and it's almost 8 o'clock my time. So as amazing as this stream has been, and as much as I was hoping to get to finish this guy on stream, but his Yeah, this guy, I want to just shake him like a baby because I'm just... All he had to do is just have proper fitment and go together fine, and I would have finished him an hour ago. It would have been fine. But I had to screw around with all these little bits and pieces and shove them into place, and then we had just Jizzle over here screwing everything up. So I really wanted to finish the God Gundam tonight, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. I'm hungry. I got to go eat something. I got to clear my head. Pick the nubs out of my mouth that are in there for some reason. I think I might have just subconsciously started eating plastic because I'm actually that hungry, so... Can we get a Jizzle VTuber avatar for the next stream? I mean, I barely have, like, an animated avatar to begin with. It's mostly just mouth movement. I could switch him out for Jizen. I could also... If I could find a way to, like, animate him as, like, a side character, maybe... But yeah, I'm hungry, I'm delirious. I think that's a big part of why this stream has gone so far off the rails. So I'm gonna have to just cut you guys off right now and say, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this train wreck and for somehow you managed to be one of the 10 people that's here and you're not subscribed, I don't know why you aren't, hit that button down below. If you want to see VODs of past streams as well as early access to upcoming videos, and yes, on rare occasion I do actually make real videos, like normal YouTube videos, and I have a couple that I'm working on right now that I want to get out at some point. There is a Patreon, link in the description. Those are the benefits you get with it. Thank you so much to my patrons as well. New Type HQ, link in the description as well. You can get your kits there. It's an affiliate link, so I get a little kickback from that. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. The view counter just went up, which means someone's about to be very disappointed for tuning into a stream that's about to end. But as always, I'm your host, Second Soundwave, and I'll see you next time. Take care, guys, and don't stop jizzing.